This church has been in existence for over 175 years, and we are proud, not at this location, starting in Georgetown, but we are proud to be here today to be a co-sponsor of this candidates forum. We ask that you remember, for those who are visiting, that you are in the church sanctuary, and we ask that you respect that, respect others, and others will respect you. So I'm also going to ask that you turn off your cell phones if you can, but if you don't want to turn them off, just make sure that you put them on silent so that we don't have any disturbances from your cell phones. If you need to use restrooms are in the back of the church downstairs. Please use those restrooms. Please do not come forward in front of the cameras because you'll be in the shot. And we are streaming live this morning. So again, restrooms are downstairs in the back. Do not come forward at all. See what else I have to tell you. For those who are in the audience, we will be taking questions. We'll have index cards that our ushers will have available to you to write your questions down. The gentleman right there, Mr. Gaston, will have cards. He will be assisted by ushers who will be handing them out along with pens. You can write your cards down. They'll come back to him, and he'll feed those to the moderators to ask your questions from the audience. People who are live streaming can do the same in the chat. So that's how we'll handle questions. There will be no verbal questions from the floor. Does that make sense? And with that said, I'll turn it over to our pastor, and he'll get us going. Thank you very much. Enjoy the forum.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Brother Spencer. Let me say good morning to all of you. My name is Brian Relford. I'm the pastor of Union Wesley African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church here in the District of Columbia, here in Ward 5. We want you to know that we're happy to have all of you gathered here today. Those of you who have registered to be a part of the in-person event, but really the many hundreds more that are streaming from our various social media platforms. This is a hybrid event, and we're grateful again for in-person as well as those of you that are streaming via Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and our website. We have put a lot of work into planning today, and we're really grateful to all of our members who have worked so hard in getting the word out there and then to be physically present here today. We're grateful for our trustees, our nurses who made sure that you didn't get in without having your temperature checked and without a mask. We're grateful for our sound, our camera crew, and then those that are working, our social media administrators that are fielding the questions that are coming in from our various platforms. Again, we're delighted to have you here at Union Wesley AME Zion Church. My task really is to pray, so if you will be so kind as to bow your head and close your eyes, let me offer this prayer. Almighty God, you are great and greatly to be praised. There is none like you, and your greatness is unsearchable. You created the heavens and the earth. You are great. You created us in your image. You are great. You are the giver of all life. You are great. You put breath into our bodies one more time. You are great. You are great and greatly to be praised. We pause in deference unto you, in humble submission to you, our God. Again, I declare that you are great and greatly to be praised. Unlike the political landscape that operates on term limits, there is no such thing as term limits with you, our God. You are in power and in control all the time. We are grateful for this gathering. And God, we gather today not that we might attempt to be king and queen makers, but God, we gather so that we might provide a platform for all candidates to be heard. Oh God, we pray for our candidates today, that you would grant them wisdom, grace, compassion, and conviction as they share with us today. We pray a prayer of protection over each candidate and their family. Only you know the stress, the strain, and the sacrifice that they each have made. Keep them healthy and keep them safe. Oh God, we know that politics can become divisive and even dirty at times. Keep us mindful that whatever is said and done in this space and place, this is still your house. And we will reverence and respect it as such. Oh God, we pray for a productive candidates forum. And we pray this prayer in the name of him who does not have some power, but has all power. In Jesus' precious name, would you now say amen? Union Wesley is partnering with the Queens Chapel Civic Association in bringing this forum to you today. It is my delight to present at this time the president of the Queens Chapel Civic Association, Mrs. Charlotte Lewis.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? All right. We welcome each of you this morning, and as Pastor Relford said, we have presented this forum this morning to give everyone an opportunity, both in face and on stream, to hear the candidates, meet you, see you, and hear your views. This took a lot of planning, but we are glad that we're here today. We're glad that you're here and that all the participants are here, and we're looking forward to a great day. Thank you again, and God bless. Our moderators this morning are Alex Coma with the Washington City Paper and James Wright with the Washington Informer. Both Mr. Coma and Mr. Wright will handle the entire forum in terms of timing and questions. Timing and questions. As Mr. Spencer said earlier, that if the audience has any questions to ask, that you use the index cards and the questions will be passed to the moderators. Likewise, we have people streaming who may have questions on the chat. Those questions will be handled as well and given to the moderator, and they will field the questions as time permits. We thank you. It's now 11:12, and the moderators can begin.
Okay. Hopefully this will work. Oh, wonderful. Well, as our able hosts have introduced us, I'm Alex Coma with the Washington City Paper, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you this morning. In the interest of full disclosure, for those of you who may not know, something we wanted to get out of the way right off the bat is the fact that one of the candidates here today, Vincent Orange, is suing me. We are involved in a legal case over some articles that I wrote over my time at the Washington Business Journal. I asked the moderators if they wanted me to still, or I should say the organizers, if they wanted me to still participate in this forum, and they said yes. So the way that we've chosen to handle this is that my very able colleague James here will be asking questions of Mr. Orange in my stead. But with that out of the way, we'd love to get started. James?
Yeah. Yes. And in the interest of full disclosure, just as you have Alex as opposed to Vincent Orange, there has been some talk that I am a close personal friend of Gordon Fletcher's. And as a result of that, being a close personal friend of Gordon Fletcher's, I cannot ask Mr. Fletcher any questions, so any questions that go to Mr. Fletcher will not come from me, they will come from Alex. So as we proceed, we're asking for 1 minute opening statements. 1 minute opening statements. You want to start with?
Yeah, why don't we start with Gordon, and then we'll move this way across the screen. Gordon, you can get started whenever you're ready. 60 seconds each to introduce yourself.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gordon Fletcher, and it's an honor to be here this afternoon. I'm running to be your next Ward 5 DC Council member. I'm a 20-year resident of the District of Columbia, a 10-year resident of North Michigan Park where my wife Brittany and I live. I'm an educator. I teach at American University. I teach criminal justice and public policy. I also teach negotiations at the law school. 3-term ANC commissioner, 2-term chair of the Ward 5 Democrats. I've helped oppose the opening of a liquor store in our neighborhood because we don't need any more liquor stores. We need grocery stores, pharmacies, sit-down restaurants. Also installed various speed bumps and speed humps to increase transportation safety. Also made sure we help with the relocation of over 100 Native Washingtonians. Some of them my supporters are in the back of the room right now, an issue that many members of our community are still dealing with, areas such as Brooklyn Manor. I'm a fighter. I'm a champion. I want to serve. I want to earn your vote. Why? Because I know I have the most experience as a federal attorney, as someone that's also worked in Congress. I've had that experience in the government. I have the experience on the local level. I'm ready to serve you. I'm ready to listen to you. And I want to bring the ANC back to the forefront of community involvement, starting with the council. Thank you all so much, and I look forward to a great conversation this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith, you're up next.
Thank you. It is truly great to be here this morning. Or afternoon, maybe now. My name is Faith Gibson Hubbard, and I am running to be the next Ward 5 council member because I believe in the power of community. 41 years ago, I was born to a young single mother who named me Faith because she knew that we would need it in order to make it through, both faith and community. And that has continued to be a through line for me for my entire career, starting from when I was a 7th grade middle school teacher until my time that I moved here to Ward 5 12 years ago with my husband, for us to start our family in a community where we felt a sense of belonging and saw reflections of ourselves. We knew that we could raise our children here in this community because of other families who had done so. And so making sure that we are able to preserve that right of so many of our neighbors who have made our lives today possible is why I am running for the council, and the legacy of my children and all the other children in our community. So while I have had the opportunity to work in many roles, both inside and out of government, as I mentioned, as a teacher and then as the first Chief Student Advocate for the District of Columbia, as the first Executive Director of Thrive by 5 DC, and also as the Director of the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that I am experienced. But also you know that women are always prepared. And so I have made sure that I have not only prepared myself professionally, but also from a community perspective, starting my work in the city right here in our beloved Ward 5, advocating for our public schools. So I look forward to the opportunity to be able to talk more about my platforms and why I believe that I am the best candidate for this role and why I am asking for your vote. So I look forward to this opportunity, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. Mr. Orange, a 1 minute opening statement.
Yes. Well, good morning, everyone, and it really is an honor and a pleasure to be here. What a beautiful day the Lord has made for us to be happy and rejoice in and have a debate. I am, as you know, live here in Ward 5 in excess of 40 years. I had the opportunity to serve as a 2-term Ward 5 council member, 6 years as the Democratic National Committee man during the Obama administration, and 2 terms as an at-large member. Many of you know when I came into office, Ward 5 was a food desert, it was a retail desert, and it was a financial institution desert. But us working together, we held a summit called the Future Look of Ward 5 in 1999, and boom, look what we have today. It's beautiful. It's the second fastest growing ward in the nation's capital, and everyone wants to be here because of the things that we've done. On day one, walking through the council doors, I offer you the best value. Since I have the experience and Kenyon McDuffie is leaving, I will be able to step into his shoes as chair of the Committee on Economic Development and chairman pro tem and keep us in a position of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Mr. Parker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first want to say thank you to Union Wesley, Pastor Relford, as well as the Queens Chapel Civic Association for hosting today's event. I am Zachary Parker. I'm the current Ward 5 representative on the DC State Board of Education, as well as the past president of the state board. And I'm coming and I'm running for the Ward 5 council spot because I've spent my career working to disrupt the systems that have failed my family and that I see every day failing so many Ward 5 neighbors. I'm the youngest of 3 children born to my parents, yet my older brother's lives look quite differently than my own. My oldest brother works 40+ hours a week, doesn't have health insurance or worker benefits. My middle brother sadly passed away in 2016 from chronic kidney failure, and he spent his life fighting against insurance companies that were meant to be there to help him. And I share that not for sympathy, but to say that so many Ward 5 neighbors are grappling with these same things: rising cost, affordability, and what have you. My vision is very simple. It is to build a healthy community for all Ward 5 neighbors where our seniors, our families, our children can live in thriving, safe, clean, healthy communities. And so again, thank you for having me, and I look forward to a spirited debate.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Sure.
Okay. First question, and let's go in reverse. Economic development in Ward 5. As Mr. Orange alluded to, it is the second fastest growing ward in the city. And should you be on the council, will you focus on bringing large businesses or growing small businesses to Ward 5? Mr. Parker, please start.
I think the answer is both and. We need economic development throughout the city, especially as we emerge from the pandemic. And I would encourage neighbors to visit my website, zachary4ward5.com, to view my economic development plans. I think a few things that we should explore is how do we ensure all communities have baseline amenities like grocery stores, sit-down restaurants, coffee shops that only some of our communities currently enjoy. We also have a great opportunity currently with the marijuana industry to right past wrongs, both with reparative justice, but to also ensure that we bring more folk that once were locked out of a growing economy into it. I also support cooperative businesses, and I think that is one of the key distinctions between my economic development vision and those running against me. And for those that may not be familiar, I see cooperative economics and jobs as empowering citizens, neighbors, and building wealth for communities versus just business owners.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Orange, I almost slipped and said council member, but Mr. Orange, and I'm saying that because that was your former title. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Definitely both. And that's the reason why on day one, I offer the best value to Ward 5 in the city to step in the shoes of Councilmember McDuffie as the chair of the Economic Development Committee to oversee what's going to take place here in Ward 5. Over at the Armed Forces Soldier Home, there will be 80 acres of development. 4 million square feet of development will take place. At Macmillan Reservoir, there will be 25 acres of development. At New York and Bladensburg Avenue, Doug Jamal's facility, there will be development there as well. One thing I can say, when I was council member here for 8 years, none of the projects that I was involved in replaced anyone. What we did is we stopped the jail from coming to Fort Lincoln by putting Costco there. We stopped Metro from having a jail at Brooks Mansion by putting DCTV there. And when you go around the ward, we still have those nice neighborhood feels, like when you walk down Brooklyn Avenue, even around Catholic University. But we also have the big boxes as well. So we have a combination, and now with more coming, we want to make sure that we get our Ward 5 residents job opportunities, contracts, and an opportunity to continue to excel.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Ms. Hubbard, please, in terms of economic development in Ward 5.
Yes, so there definitely needs to be a priority on both larger industry and businesses as well as small. But as we are moving into this new phase of our community and coming out of a pandemic, definitely prioritizing our small businesses and Black-owned businesses, Latino-owned businesses will also be really critical, because we know that in our economy for quite some time, those businesses have not had the types of supports that are deserved and also serve our communities really well. We have to make sure that no matter what type of business is coming here, that we are prioritizing people being hired from our community, and that we are bringing businesses, both large and small, to our communities that are giving us what we need. I live off of Rhode Island Avenue and South Dakota, and I want to continue to see that corridor be thriving with things that I can go to not only with my family, but also with friends. And we know that small local businesses know our communities better than none other. So growing businesses here from our ward, from our city, and prioritizing Black and brown businesses is something that we must do in order to make sure that we can continue to have a city that is focused on our individual communities.
Thank you. And Gordon, round us out on economic development.
Absolutely. This is a very important question. And I would say both as well. I agree with my colleagues. However, I would want to focus on small businesses more than anything else. We have to make sure that the pandemic has really created a disaster for many small businesses. As an ANC commissioner, some of the folks are in the audience right now. We've worked to bring small businesses to my single-member district, such as a pharmacy, such as a children's dental facility. However, we also need to make sure that we have opportunities for new businesses to come in, tax incentives, for a tax holiday even for a new business to come in, get situated, get acclimated to Ward 5, and then have to pay other taxes. Also, our legacy businesses, such as Petals Ribbon Beyond, who I know is a member of this congregation and a supporter of our campaign. She's an amazing small business, and we need to make sure that we have more funding for her and other small businesses. So we have to increase the Great Main Streets program, provide more funding for that, provide more funding for that program so we could promote our businesses. It's not a surprise that we lost out on Amazon. You know, Amazon, we pay a lot of money for commercial property taxes. And so we also have to look at reducing that so we can welcome new businesses, because those businesses can create jobs. And those jobs should be for Ward 5 residents. And on top of that, when we talk about businesses and them coming into our community, we have to talk about the traffic issues as well. In my neighborhood, Chick-fil-A has come, but there's also traffic that's bottlenecking on South Dakota. As an ANC commissioner, I understand how to work with DDOT and small businesses to make sure we all can thrive and do well together. No one else can touch that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to turn to our next issue, very closely connected to economic development, affordable housing. DC's Housing Production Trust Fund has faced criticism for not ensuring the development of enough homes for low-income renters, and has routinely failed to meet the city's own statutory requirement for doing so. So how would you seek to change that? Is it worth it, in your view, if the city ends up spending more of its money on a smaller number of deeply affordable units, but creates less housing overall? Since we started this and last time, Gordon, we can begin with you.
Can you say that one? Can you repeat?
Absolutely.
Please? Thank you.
It's simply how you're going to make the Housing Production Trust Fund, the city's main source of affordable housing loan funding, work better. How are you going to try and ensure that it creates more affordable and specifically deeply affordable housing, which is a real challenge at this moment?
So affordable housing is a very critical issue. You know, for our campaign, whether you're a renter or a homeowner, we want you to be able to live in Ward 5 without risk or fear of displacement. So for me and our campaign, that starts with focusing on a step-down approach. From a 0.25 mile radius from metro stations, we should have our greatest density. And then from there, we should have more garden-style living, because we have a very diverse community, from renters, young folks, to older residents, and everyone in between. And so with that being said, we need to provide more funding for a housing production trust fund, so that way we can have more funding for homes within Ward 5. There are a lot of abandoned properties, vacant properties within just my single-member district, and I see it multiplied all throughout Ward 5. And if we can provide funding to renovate those homes and make those homes truly affordable, that way we can provide opportunities for middle income, low income residents to live in Ward 5. That's something that I would want to do through the Housing Production Trust Fund, because we have to find ways to allow more individuals to live in Ward 5. The displacement that's occurring in areas such as Brooklyn Manor, where I see Miss Minnie Elliott's in the back as well, we have to stop that from happening, and we can do that with the Housing Production Trust Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith on affordable housing.
Right. So thank you so much for this question. Affordable housing across the entire spectrum is necessary, but we know that deeply affordable is an area that we have yet to achieve in the way that we need to. So I think when we talk about the Housing Production Trust Fund, you can't just talk about that without talking about the need for reforms at the Housing Authority as well. And so there is absolutely a need from the council for oversight on those dollars, but also in making sure that there is a stronger relationship between the agencies that are supposed to be able to do that, right? You fund through the Housing Production Trust Fund, but also placement and the affordability covenants that are on those units in connection with vouchers and other things come through the Housing Authority. So we have to make sure that that agency is working efficiently, and we know that right now that it is not. And so paying attention there. But also figuring out other ways for preservation of our current housing stock. I go around our community all the time, and we often focus on new affordable housing options, but I see so many units or either opportunity within our existing housing stock for neighbors who have accessory dwelling units and other things. How can we also do cash for affordability covenants on some of those places as well? And just making sure that we are continuing to reform that process. But lastly, I would say we have to also start to focus on a workforce housing fund. We know that that is a missing area as well. And so often the Housing Production Trust Fund is more so focused in that area instead of our deeply affordable. So I would say starting with a workforce housing fund, which we know is necessary, and then working on the types of oversight and reform that we need of not only DHCD, but also the Housing Authority as well.
Thank you. Mr. Orange, would you address the question that was pro-offered?
Absolutely. First of all, the Housing Production Trust Fund receives about $100 million annually to continue building up the fund. So the dollars are there. We just need aggressive oversight and need to set out the priorities of what it is that you're trying to achieve. Right now, the priority is making sure that you get 80% of the AMI, which is the area median income. But we should be focusing on those senior citizens, those new children that are coming into the area, that are graduating from the colleges, and provide housing for them. And I would take $50 million and build 1,000 units of the 600 square feet small houses, which are really, really nice. It has a bedroom, has a living room, has a kitchen, and get folks started, have them to have a manageable mortgage. But at the same time, when you're answering these questions, you got to understand that you need 7 votes. You just can't go down, I'm going to do this. You need 7 votes. You need 9 votes if you want to override the mayor. So it's also about bargaining. It's also about bringing people to the table and being able to really be in a position to offer your ideas and build a consensus in order for it to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Mr. Parker?
Very important question, and I would say, yes, you do need the votes, but you also need a sense of moral clarity. And what's happening in the city is unacceptable, where tens of thousands of folk, namely Native Washingtonians, Black and brown residents, are being pushed out. Members of my own family who called DC home all of their life now live in Maryland. A few things I will highlight to your question. Oversight. It was revealed this past year that the agency that is responsible for investing in affordable housing misused some $80 million that was meant for deeply affordable housing, and instead they redirected that to more affordable or expensive housing. And so oversight and having a council member that's going to show up and do the job instead of doing the bidding of corporate lobbyists is important. Secondly, making sure we're making more strategic investments in the production fund is important, and I would push for more investments there. And then thirdly, actually pushing against the status quo. Right now, our status quo is we're going to build, 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 and eventually we will hit some magic number that will drive market pressures down. And that is why we see more and more luxury buildings and apartment complexes where the rent is $3,000, $4,000. I hear from seniors all the time that they are struggling to pay their rent on a fixed income. And I am calling for community land trust and social housing. And for those that may not know what that means or if it's even possible, I would point you to Councilmember Louis George's legislation proposed this last week, where social housing is putting forth a third of the development in a complex for those making 0 to 30% AMI, really low income, a third for 30 to 50%, and then the rest market rate. We need to push against the status quo, and everyone is going to tell you they are for affordable housing. And I'm here to tell you the reason why more than 20 or 30,000 black and brown folk have been pushed out of this city is because when they get to the Wilson building, they are not standing up to the powerful few in this city. So those are some of the things I would do to disrupt the status quo.
Thank you. To stay on a similar issue, I'd love to ask a little about rent control. What reforms, if any, would you all support to the city's existing rent control regime? That could be as broad as an expansion of which buildings are covered by rent control. As of now, it's only 4-unit buildings built before 1975. Or maybe you'd prefer smaller tweaks like an end to voluntary agreements, a cap on annual rent increases in rent control buildings. You can be as expansive or specific as you'd like. We'll start on this end with Zach.
Yeah, I've been very clear that I support expanding rent control. And again, because we have an affordability crisis in this city. Rents are going up higher, as well as taxes are going up higher and faster than people's incomes. I am calling for closing certain loopholes. I would also be supportive of including more buildings, 4-unit buildings and more in the rent control policy, while also creating a buffer, whether that's 5 or 10 years, that can be up for negotiation, and so that more of our buildings in the city are included in that category.
Thank you.
Mr. Orange?
Yes. Well, I definitely support rent control. It's worked well for the city, and I believe it should be expanded. But I also believe that we need to revisit the issue of Airbnb. I don't understand why in the District of Columbia that we cannot have Airbnb and allow people to utilize their homes to generate extra dollars to help them pay their bills. A lot of folks now become empty nesters. They have rooms that are available, and when we talk about giving up, we've basically given up on our seniors and provide them an opportunity to generate some funds and others the opportunity to generate funds, and so they can have a better quality of life. So there are other issues that we can utilize to address housing as well, and I believe there's a tremendous opportunity. We should stop letting Airbnb flourish in Maryland and Virginia, but not in the District of Columbia. So those are the type of things I want to see the DC dollar circulate in DC. We don't need our dollars circulating outside the city or us making laws that prevent our citizens from utilizing your asset that you've had for 20 or 30 years, and someone downtown is going to tell you you can't use it for this purpose.
Thank you. Ms. Hubbard?
So making changes in order to stabilize our system here in the city and also keep neighbors here in the city, rent control is one of those opportunities for us to be able to do that. So I would absolutely be in support of finding ways to do that and increasing the amount of buildings that we are able to utilize, because right now they are older buildings, and many of those older buildings we have either have been renovated or we have new buildings that have come online and need to be a part of the solution as well. But we do need to look to, again, as I mentioned earlier, other opportunities outside of just those buildings alone to help us get to more affordable rents within the city. As I have knocked on doors, I have seen so many neighbors, again, that have properties that they would like to be able to utilize in that way. And I think we also have to think about rent control, but also how can existing homeowners and also our existing housing stock be a part of solving our affordable housing crisis that we have here in the city. So through, again, making sure that there can be covenants on other properties or working with homeowners who can do that with their accessory dwelling units or even smaller buildings to support those landlords and being able to do that, I think is also extremely important. But finding ways to expand our thinking around housing affordability, because we're going to have to continue to do that as we move forward.
Thank you. And Gordon, close us out on rent control.
Yes, and as I said in the previous question, for our campaign, anyone that wants to rent in Ward 5 should be able to do so without risk or fear of displacement. I've worked on rent control issues as an ANC commissioner during my first and second term. One of my biggest supporters and like a grandmother to me, Ms. Gibbs in the back, we talked about this. I made sure that her and so many others, Ms. Sherry and so many others, were not displaced from Ward 5 Riggs Plaza apartments. We do need to expand rent control to newer apartments, to new apartment buildings for sure. Buildings right now, 1975 or 1974 was the latest rent control building. So we do need expansion and reformation around rent control. But one thing that I'll also say is that we need to have balance on anything that we do. And that's what I bring to the council, balance. The council right now is shifting to left. And I'm somebody that is progressive, but I also bring balanced, measured leadership. I say that because we also need to look at single-family landlords. You know, small family landlords. There are over 260 small family landlords in Ward 5. And those individuals need this rent to be able to pay for their home, to pay for their living. So this requires balance. So we have to have reform over rent control, but we also have to support those small landlords that need that income to further their life and their lifestyle as well. So we have to have the balance between the two. Rent control is something that's going on, an issue that's plaguing the Brooklyn Manor community of Ward 5 right now. There are many residents over there that are going to be displaced if we do not advocate and protect their rights and their interests. I understand what's going on over there. Why? Because I've worked on these issues as an ANC commissioner. We need somebody who's on the council that understands the foundational issues that plague our ward. And there's no one better to do that than me because I understand the basic issues and also bring balance to the position. Thank you.
Okay. Occasionally I like to have fun at these candidate forums, so I'm going to start with Ms. Hubbard, then go to Mr. Orange, and then Mr. Parker, and end up with Mr. Fletcher. Okay, you've just been elected to the DC Council representing Ward 5. Phil Mendelson, you're in Phil Mendelson's office and you're looking at him eye to eye. What committee will you, well, committees, but I say, but the main committee will you request that you sit on, and why that committee? Ms. Hubbard.
Thank you for this question, and it's not one that we often get, so I appreciate that. I would say a committee that's actually not there right now, which is the Education Committee, which I think is so important because it's not just about educating young children, but there's also a connectivity to workforce development and other areas within the city. And so I think education is definitely an area that I have spent most of my career working within, and also being able to see how important it is for us to think about education from birth all the way throughout life, and that means also workforce, and we need to have closer connections there. But within our ward, also economic development is so critical, and there is a definite connection there as well. So that will be another area of interest for me. But both of those really have such strong ties to making sure that our community can be strong.
Thank you. Mr. Orange?
Yes, well, having served as chair of the Committee on Business, Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, and chair of the Committee on Small and Local Business Development, and chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, I will look Chairman Mendelson in the eye very, very strongly and request to take over the positions held by our current Ward 5 Council Member, Kenyon McDuffie, and that is chairman of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, as well as chairman pro tem. I think we need leadership, we need experience, we need maturity, and we need someone that gets results done. You know, Malcolm X said, if you want to know what I'm going to do, look what I've done first. And I'm proud to be here in Ward 5 as we go around the city and see all the positive things that happen here in Ward 5. And I would like to get back to lead that committee because of what's taking place at the Armed Forces Soldier Home, what's through redistricting several other members tried to take that from Ward 5. I had to create the Brave 35 and change that vote at the council just a few months ago. They tried to take our opportunities away from us. Also, Macmillan Reservoir, 25 acres. The developments that are going to take place at New York and Bladensburg. Also, there's talk about development and expansion over at the National Arboretum going to Langston Golf Course. So we have a lot of opportunity. We have opportunities to bring to Ward 5, creating jobs, creating business opportunities, and making developers give back. When the baseball stadium came here, I got $2 million of laptops for McKinley and Ballou. I got $125 million for the libraries downtown. You have to make the developers pay, but you got to be able to handle business from a position of strength. You have to know what you're talking about, and you have to put those votes together.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Mr. Parker?
Yes, I know Chairman Mendelson well as the president of the State Board of Education. I worked closely with him. It's worth noting, out of all of the candidates, I'm the only current ward-wide elected official in the race. I bring policy and budget experience. I oversaw a $2.4 million budget as president of the State Board of Education and introduced legislation to the council on behalf of our teachers, as well as informed legislation that improved traffic safety around all of our public schools. To your question around committee assignments, that is an important one. There are several that I would highlight. One, the Health Committee. I believe that we need to bring a racial equity lens to all of our DC Council's work. And not only are we in a pandemic, but there is great opportunities around how we address public safety, how we bring healthcare access closer to home. After the closure of Providence, there is much more work that we need to do on the ground, especially for our seniors in the way of health, and so that is one. I would also highlight transportation and education. I know in Queens Chapel, traffic safety is a key concern. In fact, the last time I was at the Queens Chapel Civic Association meeting, we were meeting on the front yard of this church. That was also, sadly, the night that a 5-year-old was killed in Brooklyn due to being hit by a car. And so advancing policies that we know work will matter. Obviously, it's no secret, I'm an educator. I'm a former 7th grade math teacher. Education is my passion. I hope that the Education Committee returns, and we need to advance real policies there as well. And then lastly, labor and workforce development. There's much more that we need to do across the board, but again, investing strategically in Black and brown businesses and growth so that more people that look like many of us in this room can stay and afford to live in this city.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask. Oh my gosh. See, he went out of order and he screwed me up. Gordon, I'm so sorry.
No worries. And first, I just want to correct something. I'm a three-time ward-wide elected official, once as a Ward 5 Democratic committeeman and twice as a Ward 5 Democrat chairman. We have I know in this room right now, we have a lot of strong Democrats. And so to think that the Ward 5 Democratic committeeman position is not a recognized ward-wide position is inaccurate. So I just wanted to start off with that respectfully. Next, when we talk about committees, I would focus on the Judiciary Committee, Public Safety more than anything else. Why? Because 4 years from now, I want everyone in this room, everyone around Ward 5 to know that we're going to be in a safer ward. The gun violence, the carjackings, the transportation fatalities, it's too much for us. For our young people, for our persons of disability, for our older residents, we have to protect everyone. Maryland, Virginia drivers, they owe us over $21 million in traffic fines. We have to get those funds back and create a different culture within Ward 5 in the District of Columbia. I teach criminal justice and public policy to American University students. Unfortunately, over my time there, I've only seen 5 students from DC schools. We have to change that. But I bring that up because when it comes to criminal justice, it's about public safety and it's about rehabilitation. And we have to make sure that we are focusing on our young people, that we can make sure they have the resources, they have the programs, the mentorship opportunities, so they do not go and commit crimes. Because unfortunately, it's a lot of our 14, 15, and 16-year-old young people who are committing some of these heinous crimes. We failed them. They didn't fail us. And so we need to bring that kind of focus back to the council. Safety's got to be number one. The ghost guns. Ghost guns are prevalent all throughout Ward 5 in DC. It's only increasing. We have to tackle that. We have to ban the sale of components of Ghost Gun. That's also something I would focus on. 4 years from now, everyone, a safer Ward 5. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gordon, and he seems to have accurately predicted what my next line of questioning was going to be, because I was definitely going to ask about public safety. Specifically, one of the things that I've noticed as I've asked questions of candidates in races all throughout this campaign is that, there seems to be some broad support for the continued expansion of violence interruption programs, already active in Ward 5. And so I wanted to ask a little bit about that. When it comes to the violence interrupters that are already in the ward, do you feel that it's been working? Do you feel that they're in the right neighborhoods and locations in the ward? Maybe they need more resources, whether it's simply more of them or better salaries and benefits. Essentially, how do you feel violence interruption is working in the ward now, and how would you seek to improve it moving forward? And we can start with Gordon on that.
Thank you very much. As I said, I will continue to say safety is number one for this campaign. Violence interrupters is something that we need to provide more funding for. They are beneficial for our communities. Violence interrupters in areas such as Edgewood, Ivy City, Brentwood, Brooklyn Manor could really be beneficial. However, what I've learned about violence interrupters by walking the ward, door knocking, a lot of these individuals are sometimes maybe a little bit older than some of the individuals that are creating criminal issues within communities. So one of the things I would do is I would make a focus that we have younger individuals that are violence interrupters. We also need to expand it through the NEAR Act. The NEAR Act, the MPD's budget only has 1% towards the NEAR Act. And so we have to expand that funding of violence interruption so that way it can be even more beneficial to our community. And there needs to be more coordination. There needs to be more coordination from the mayor's office and the attorney general's office when it comes to violence interrupters. Because I do know OAG has a great violence interruption program, but that's sometimes separate and apart from what's happening at the mayor's office. So more coordination with that, and as me on the council, I would advocate for that, and I have the ability to work with anyone. The relationships that I have built over the time, from native Washingtonians to new residents, all of that matters when it comes to policy implementation and making things happen for our ward. We need somebody that can connect everybody, white, yellow, black, green, whatever. That's Gordon Fletcher. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith, moving to you on violence interruption.
Violence interruption is a really important part of our public safety structure, and we have seen the value in the violence interruption structure, but it is true that there is definitely a need for increased funding and expansion. So if you are in a neighborhood, I live in Woodridge, there is not a violence interruption organization that is working there. If there is an issue, which there have been, you can definitely call 911, you can engage with the police, but what we need in the violence interruption structure is a rapid response team that can go to any neighborhood and really be able to push in and work with other violence interrupters in order to be able to mitigate and quell some of the violence that we have seen. We know that the violence interruption structure has also worked to mitigate things that we never even see. There's probably even more violence that we could have experienced that because of the relationship, violence interrupters, like one who I have really developed a great relationship with, Cody Wynn, who was with Cure the Streets and NARC, they have been working deeply within the Trinidad community. And so what we need to do is make sure that not only are we investing more there, but that there is a greater cooperative relationship between the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, Cure the Streets, our credible messengers, which are in DYRS working with our youth, and also with the program that when I was Chief Student Advocate, we started focused on student safe passage. When you look at safe passage of students, it is often closely connected to other issues of violence. And years ago, when I convened groups around safe passage and we started the Safe Spots program, it was businesses and other community members who also were driving that process. So we have to trust community in being a part of the process so that they know that violence interruption is happening and how they can be a part.
Thank you. Mr. Orange, violence interruption.
Well, I would say that, the criminal element that we are facing now is a lot stronger than those violence interrupters. Tell that to the young man that got up at 8:30 a.m. in the morning that was walking with his two children and they killed him. 8:30 in the morning with his two children. Tell that to the mother that was in her car with her two daughters and she got shot and she's dead. Tell that to the little girl that was walking to go get ice cream and she's dead. We have to stop thinking about this far left theory that other than the police, that we have these people and that they can stop the violence. We're going to fool around and get them killed as well. You know, to say that DDOT should be stopping someone and giving somebody a ticket, they're not armed, they're not trained. In June of 2020, we cut the police department by $15 million, and now we're down 300 officers. Same thing happened in San Francisco. They were fooling around. They defunded a large portion of the MPD department there. Crime shot up 38%. They put the money back. Same thing in Philadelphia. Same thing in New York. So we need to really come around and tackle crime. We've already come to the conclusion that there are about 500 individuals that continue to create this criminal element. So we need to have more focused policing on the people, the problems, and the neighborhoods where this is taking place and come up with a focused strategy. While at the same time, we need to fund the roots of crime: lack of education, lack of housing, lack of jobs, mental health. So we have to do both. But, you know, coming up with all these little ideas and thinking they're going to work while we're not safe. We can't even go and get gas. You know, right now, the police is right now at the Shell station watching people get gas. It's unacceptable what's going on. And we need to have people that are clear thinking, that are reasonable, that have the leadership and the experience and know how to get this done and come up with a different presentation to keep us safe. Because at the end of the day, we all want to have a good quality of life. We want to enjoy all the things we've been working on for the last 20 years, but this criminal element has now taken over. It used to be just at night. Now it's during the day. It's in the afternoon. It's wherever you go. The criminal element is following you. And we have to address it, and we have to address it now and stop playing these games talking about defund the police.
Mr. Parker.
Yes, I believe in violence interruption programs and believe we need to fund them more in the city. But we also need to build a comprehensive public health approach to public safety that incorporates the many facets of our government that go into making communities safe. That includes making sure we have good schools, good paying jobs, green space, parks, all of that, mental health support. It also means that we have violence interrupters on the ground that know the community, that reflect back to the community, that can prevent things from happening and escalating. To your very specific question, one thing that we can do, in addition to funding violence interrupters more, is bringing them on to the 911 network. Right now, you only have police on the 911 network, and so if we want to address an incident before it escalates to violence, bringing violence interrupters into that network would be important. Secondly, we need to, again, build on the programs and systems we already have in place. I've said many times, I applaud the mayor for her Building Blocks DC program, which seeks to provide this coordinated effort across government, where it funnels, it talks and shares data across agencies in order to dispatch support to communities. That program has not worked optimally because of a lack of transparency and community engagement. And oftentimes what happens is that decisions are made in the Wilson building that are not quite meeting the needs of people in our communities. And so working to expand Building Blocks DC, expanding funding for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, bringing violence interrupters on the 911 network, but also as a council member, again, should I be on the health committee, but even if not, pushing for a comprehensive public safety approach where we're looking across the board to the many things that will bring down violence in our city. And the last thing I would just say is this: it is important to contextualize things. It is a political year, it is a campaign season, and so I think there's a lot of fear-mongering going on. The violence that is happening in our city is unacceptable and is out of control. At the same time, violence is on the rise across the country. And what that says to me is that it's not about just our police budget, but it's about the level of suffering and pain and hopelessness that people are feeling across this country that stems from the way in which the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, the ways in which we've defunded our schools and our rec centers, the ways in which people say all the right things to get your vote, and then they get to the Wilson building and they do something different. And so I think it's important to contextualize, but again, violence interrupters, I think, are a key strategy to keeping our communities safe.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. We're going to break the rhythm just for a second. I have a specific question for Mr. Orange, and I have a specific question for Ms. Hubbard, and I have a general question that just needs a quick response from everyone. Oh. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. We are in a forum that is being televised, so I will not recognize your concerns as valid as they are. Mr. Orange, please tell us how you plan to represent and address constituent concerns in a timely manner. 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I've always addressed constituent concerns in a timely manner. I'm the only one up here that has an office on South Dakota Avenue, and when I'm the council member, that office will remain. You know where I am. You can come to me, but I get things done. And that's the reason why we have a great Ward 5 today that needs more improvement, but we have turned things around, and it's very attractive, and that's why we're the second fastest growing ward in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Ms. Hubbard, why does DCPS continue to cancel school-wide performance testing, the park testing being the latest victim? These tests point to the same issue. The schools are not working. 30 seconds. I know this is much longer, but what is your solution?
That's a great question. And as a parent of 2 DCPS students and dealing with the pandemic, well, I know that we had delays with the park testing due to the pandemic previously and not being able to administer it as it had been administered in the past. But I would also say, as a former educator and having taught middle school, I know that when I taught my students certain things and their abilities, I was able to see. Standardized tests were not always able to pick that up. So I would say, as a city, we need to continue to think about how can we really assess our students and their brilliance through our milestone testing and all the other things that educators do each and every day. So it's a much longer question, as you noted, but I think there are lots of opportunities for us to be able to assess the brilliance of our students and the hard work of our educators as well.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. And the last, I just need a 15-second response to this. And so we're kind of starting a new round. And so I will start with Mr. Orange and go to Mr. Parker, and then Ms. Hubbard. Mr. Orange, what is your position on term limits as a council member?
Well, I'm the last one to introduce legislation to implement term limits, as well as I introduced legislation to prevent council members from holding outside employment. We had council members that were on the council and representing large companies their companies were getting in excess of $160 million.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Parker.
I support term limits generally. I also think it's bad for the city, bad for politics. When people treat running for office as a job, I also think we need to look beyond just term limits and expanding the council in order to expand the power apparatus in our city so that everyday Washingtonians can have a voice in their government. And right now we have too few people that are controlling a $19 billion budget that's wielding significant influence in the quality of life for everyday residents.
Thank you, sir.
Gordon.
This is a great question. I do support term limits. I believe that, us as a city, every so often we're going to have new leaders, new folks that want to get into serving our communities with new ideas, fresh ideas. Even with this race right now, we should continue to look forward and not look backward in terms of leadership. And so I believe overall term limits would help support that, and also just help support our young people as well who want to think about getting into public service, public office. So for all those reasons, I do support term limits.
And Faith, finish us off.
I also support term limits. It is true that after a certain period of time, you need infusion of fresh ideas and also opportunity, I think, for other leaders that we see growing in our community each and every day. This is a great opportunity, whether the council is expanded or not, to really lean into and appreciate many of the other structures we have, such as advisory neighborhood commissioners, who could also help to support in being able to lead and guide communities and our city in the right direction. But term limits are a great way to make sure that we don't have leaders who are becoming entrenched and not listening to new, fresh ideas and needs.
Thanks so much, Faith. This is another question. It's kind of similar to our question about committees, but sort of in, how you would prioritize making budget decisions if you're lucky enough to be on the council. So I'd love to know what you feel is the most important project in the ward that has yet to be funded in the budget or needs more funding. This is a broad question. It could be a school. It could be a transportation project, any kind of infrastructure that you would really advocate for if you were the Ward 5 council member. We'll start over here with Zachary.
I would highlight the Cromell School. I was proud to stand with the residents of Ivy City, as well as residents across the ward that were calling for returning the old Cromell building back to the community. For those that may not be familiar, of course, there were plans from a developer to turn it into luxury housing, and the community fought for years, decades even, in order to get that community school to serve community purposes. It was $20 million were allocated, and to your question, it's often not about funding, but it's about implementation. And even though that money was funded, just like money has been put up for a number of other policies, it's around how do you implement it. And so that is a great opportunity for our community to actualize something that has been a long time coming. But I also think it could serve as a model around how do we build community hubs where it has educational programming, job development, community-based resources. Just recently, 10 individuals in the Ivy City community died of an overdose. And so there are critical needs that community needs that I think could be located at the old Cromell School. And I look forward to making sure that crosses the finish line.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Orange?
Yes, I would fund the Birth to 3 initiative and also the initiative that ensures that our third graders can make the transition to middle school, being able to read independently and being able to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. We are still failing our young people at a very young age, and then when they get to the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, we still have a big group of children that drop out of school and they turn to criminal activity. The United States Department of Education has indicated that if a child cannot read independently and cannot add, subtract, multiply, and divide upon entering the 4th grade, more likely than not, that child will make contact with the criminal justice system. And so we need to get to the point where we really are dealing with our young people when our yes means yes and our no means no, and really emphasize and give them the foundation. You know, I was lucky enough to become a better chance student. I'm the first one in my family to go to college. I have 7 sisters and 2 brothers. And before I could get that scholarship to go to that private school, they first sent me to a place to ascertain whether or not I had a foundation for education. And I'm happy that I had that foundation, that public schools gave me that. But it's because some teachers and my mother took me under their wing and made sure that I could read independently and that I could add, subtract, multiply, and divide upon going to the 4th grade. And with that foundation, we can move forward.
Thank you very much. Faith.
In communities, we want to make sure that we can live very satisfying lives, that when you leave your home, that there are amenities that are close to you, that you can access public transportation, that we have recreational services, and that our schools can provide the type of holistic supports that families need. So for me, the areas of focus would be number 1. I know we've talked a lot about Birth to 3 for all, and there are multiple things that are in that space. And as the first executive director of Thrive by 5 DC, I had an opportunity to really dig into that. And one of the areas that would be important to me is making sure that there's continuity of funding for early learning educators. They are doing so much within our community, but yet get paid so little, and we want to make sure there's continuity. We need to make sure that there's transportation equity throughout our ward. Where I live, I can't easily get on a bus if I wanted to, and many of my aging neighbors need different innovative opportunities around transportation. Recreational access, making sure that our rec centers are able to provide through the entire spectrum, whether you are, one of my neighbors who loves to go and do kind of silver sneakers, or if my kids want to be able to go there for summer camp, that is accessible. And just all around making sure that we are focusing on small local businesses to bring the amenities to our communities that we deserve. Places to sit down and eat, being able to get mental health services if needed, and so much more. So those are the areas that I would focus.
Thank you. And Gordon, close us out on this question.
Yes, for me, there will be 3 or 4 initial focuses. First, I do support and agree that transportation equity should be at the top. As an ANC commissioner, I would go around and talk with various ANCs and civic associations to determine areas where we need to install more speed bumps and speed humps, traffic hawk signals, traffic mitigation efforts that would truly help reduce the traffic fatalities in our ward, in our city. After that, I would make sure that we focus on education, yes, fully funding Birth to 3 legislation, but more than just that, we also need to support our parents and our young families because I want them to stay in the Ward 5 and grow and be older in Ward 5. That means we need more high schools and middle schools in Ward 5. What happened over there in McMillan Park, if I was on the council back then, I would have advocated, fought with the ANCs, with Friends of McMillan, to place a high school there. We only have one public by right high school in Ward 5, Dunbar. The others are specialty high schools. We need more high schools, middle schools in Ward 5 as well. Next, I would make sure that we advocate for the Orange Hat Patrol. I go around the community, especially a lot of longer residents, long-term residents. They're like, where is the Orange Hat Patrol? Where is community policing? How can we work with DDOT, OAG, MPD, DPW, ANC, civic associations to make and the churches to make our entire community safer? I've brought back the Orange Hat Patrol in ANC 5A, and I will do that all around Ward 5. And lastly, and certainly not least, our older residents. Lord knows that I love our older residents. I've been working with older residents, seasoned residents for years. I go into all of their buildings, 3005, 3001, Fort Lincoln, Green Valley, Delta Towers. A lot of the conditions are substandard. I would not want some of my worst enemies living in some of the conditions I've seen. We need to protect our older residents, and I am the person to do that. I will make sure that I have somebody in my office that focuses on senior issues. Right, Mr. Trimmer? That's something we talked about, so that's something else I would do. Thank you.
We are actually doing very, very well on time. So I have a question from my list, and I would like really a 45-second response to this. And I'd like to start, we started with everybody but Mr. Orange, so we'll go to Mr. Orange, then Mr. Parker, and then Ms. Hubbard. Mr. Orange, many Ward 5 children get on a bus, get on the subway, or even have their parents drive them to Ward 3 to go to school. As a member of the council, what will you do to keep Ward 5 children in their neighborhood schools?
Well, first of all, I know you know that I was the one that reopened and established McKinley Technology High School, which went on to win the President Barack Obama's Blue Ribbon Award because the children there are 90% proficient in reading and math. Also, I was the one that led the fight, and we won with reopening and renovating Noyes Elementary School, as well as I was the one that led the effort, and the city followed in recreation renovations, North Michigan Park, Turkey Thicket, Brentwood, and Trinidad. So what you're talking about is very near and dear to my heart. I believe that parents should have choice, and I believe that both public schools and charter schools should be funded, and that the parents should have a choice to send their child to any school that they desire. Do we need more schools in Ward 5? Yes, we need more schools that are actually teaching our children. I don't think the focus is on the curriculum in the classroom. And if I'm paying this chancellor $300,000 a year, that chancellor needs to have some goals. That first goal is, are these children, 80% of the children, able to make the transition from elementary school to middle school? Are 80% of our children graduating from high school? And then we need to track their performance. And so we're giving all this money, so it's not a money issue, it's putting goals and measurements on folks that are in charge of our youth, and our youth are our future.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Mr. Parker.
I too support choice. In order for our parents to have true choice, though, they need to have a quality by right neighborhood school that they can send their kid to. And that is not the reality for many of our parents across Ward 5. And yes, funding is important. What is happening in many of our community, and just to level set, we don't need more schools. Ward 5 has more than 45 schools. 45 schools. And we continue to see schools coming into our communities, and it's creating a very challenging environment for our neighborhood schools. I'll speed it up. We also need coordination from the Deputy Mayor of Education's office. We need council members that actually know what's going on in our schools. That's why we should elect an educator. And lastly, we need to invest strategically in middle and high schools. Many parents and educators would tell you that in a school like Langley or Burroughs, what you see are parents investing and sending their kid to the neighborhood school in the elementary grades, and then they're pulling them out because they don't have faith on the trajectory or the pipeline of where they're going to go for middle or high school. And so I've called for strategic investments, job development programs, bringing trades, although we don't call them trades nowadays, they're called CTE programs, and bringing more opportunities for our young people so that they will want to attend middle and high school in Ward 5. And I think those are the things that I would do on the Education Committee, but also being an educator and a champion for all of our kids on the council.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Turning to Gordon on schools.
Yes, one of the key tenets of our campaign is that your neighborhood school should be your first choice, not a last resort. And so for us to do that, for us to actually realize that tenet, that belief, we have to have true equality and equity between DCPS schools and our charter schools. Right now, and I did testify, or I did make this statement over the Washington Teachers Union Candidates Forum, where I believe that we need to put a cap on charter schools right now. We have a lot of charter schools. I support charter schools, nothing against charter schools, but until we can really provide the proper funding that we need, resources, funding, making sure that our parents, making sure our teachers and students have the resources, the textbooks, the air quality that they need within schools, an issue that was very paramount at the beginning of the school year in September due to the pandemic. And we have to make sure that we're providing true equity and equality with our DCPS schools first. And that, after that, we can truly say that there's equity between charter schools and DCPS schools. And also right now, we have so many great minds within our neighborhoods that could benefit our DCPS schools. If we took those great minds, those various occupations, and created a system where we provided mentorship opportunities to our young people about various occupations, you know, more than just doctor, lawyer, engineer, that would also provide more equity and provide more opportunities for our young people in DCPS schools. As I said, I'm a professor at American University, and to this day, I've only seen 5 students in my class from DC high schools. I brought 10 students from Dunbar High School to AU just so they can see themselves on that campus. Not just AU, Howard, Georgetown, GW, Catholic, all of them. We need to do these things to promote and advocate for our DCPS students. Thank you.
Thank you. And Faith, we'll close out with you.
Thank you. So with this question, it's very personal to me. I have 2 children. I have a 4-year-old daughter, Emerson, who feels like the head of our household, and an 8-year-old son who is in the 2nd grade. And I remember moving to Ward 5, and the very first email that I received was in our community listserv was about a crisis that we had around middle schools. And I had been a middle school teacher, a 7th, 8th grade language arts teacher, and middle school is a really critical point. It is mind-blowing to me that we work so hard as a community around trying to advocate for our pathways and telling, you know, the Deputy Mayor for Education, telling DCPS what the community wanted, and that was not responded to. And I think what you are seeing in the system now is that there's definitely a belief in our schools, and families want to go to our schools, but they want to make sure that there are predictable pathways that are able to support the needs of their children, no matter what they are. My son has special education services that he needs, and I remember working with our neighborhood school because I really want him to go there, and the principal looked at me and said, "I just don't think I can do it." And that was not because she didn't want to do it, but it was because she was not supported in that way. So what needs to happen is that there absolutely has to be greater coordination. We do not need any more schools, that is true. We have a lot here in Ward 5, but there needs to be greater coordination starting from childcare into public schools and then throughout. There need to be predictable pathways so that families don't have to keep jumping around. Yes, you should be able to have choice, but your choices should all be so great that whether you walk down the street or whether you choose a different option for your child, the choice should be hard for you. And right now, what's becoming hard is that communities still aren't being listened to with the types of schools we have requested for so long.
Thank you very much. Well, we're starting to get short on time here, but I really did want to get to this question from someone in the audience. I believe it was Zachary Parker that mentioned a 5-year-old getting hit by a car, and so what better time to talk about traffic safety and pedestrian safety in the ward? The way our questioner puts it is, what would you do that to prevent that from happening? Children or really anyone getting hit by a car here in Ward 5. Gordon, we can start with you on this.
Yeah, transportation safety, as I said earlier, safety overall is a number one tenet for our campaign. And as an ANC commissioner, with members of my neighborhood, my community who are here right now, we've worked to get speed bumps and speed humps installed in the neighborhoods because we need that. We need to shorten the time period to actually investigate to determine whether or not we need a speed bump or speed hump. Right now, it takes 130 days for an investigation. We have to truncate that in at least half, because that's somebody's life, another young girl, another young boy, or older person. In my neighborhood, we have a blind resident. His name is Mr. Teddy. And Bill Smith, who is in the audience right now, has made sure that myself and other ANC commissioners installed a traffic hawk signal. It's still not the final measure that we need, but it's something. So I understand traffic issues, traffic safety from an ANC fundamental level. As I said, on day one, within the first 100 days, I would make sure that I go around the ANCs, the civic associations, and help determine where we need to install more traffic humps, traffic speed bumps. And again, we need to utilize every tool in our transportation toolbox, raised crosswalks, also signage. When I go to AU, when I go to Georgetown, I see that there's all these beautiful, nice, bright signage all around letting you know that you're coming up into a stop sign or a crosswalk, raised crosswalk. We need that kind of signage here in Ward 5. So I would work with DDOT. One of the fundamental responsibilities of a council member is oversight. So I would work with DDOT to make sure that we get these things in our neighborhoods. And lastly, like I said, enforcement. Maryland and Virginia drivers owe us over $21 million in traffic fines. We have to recoup those funds to create a different culture on our streets. It's somebody's life that we're going to save. And it could be somebody in this room. And I'm not trying to do fear-mongering. It's just about what could happen. And we have to do everything possible to prevent it. I understand that more than anyone else on this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith, will turn to you on traffic safety.
You go to other parts of the city and you see really great things that we should absolutely have here in our neighborhood. You go to Georgetown, there's a 4-way stop at almost every single street intersection. You go over to Capitol Hill. I saw how they transformed Maryland Avenue Northeast, and it was amazing in the way that you also had the opportunity for parking. People could bike. The sidewalks were safer to walk down. So it's not a lack of DDOT being able to do these things. It's a lack of making sure that there is leadership to bring that to our community. Many of our major streets have been studied for quite some time, both South Dakota Avenue, Michigan Avenue, Rhode Island Avenue, and there are plans on things that need to be done on those streets. Funding and moving forward on those processes are something that a council member should absolutely be focused on. We also know that there are temporary fixes that could happen, but the bureaucratic process is so overwhelming. I know trying to get a speed bump on my street was literally an act of Congress and took so long. And so neighbors start to get discouraged by the process because why should it have to be so hard to keep your community safe? DDOT should be able to come out, work within the community, not to overly study a spot and say, I need to do a traffic study investigation to know what you're telling me is your lived experience. They should be able to execute on those things that neighbors are saying and work with ANCs and other community members in order to move that process forward. So as a council member, it is, number one, making sure that if we're gonna have a Vision Zero, that Vision Zero is working, and that's around reducing traffic fatalities, and also making sure that the plans that are on the books are being funded and that we can move forward in that. So we have to really stay focused on making sure that we are taking the things from our toolbox, executing them, and also saying we deserve the same things that we see that keep other communities safe.
Thank you. We have a little less than 10 minutes for this, and we do have to get to the closing statements, which should be about 1 minute. So could you, Mr. Orange, could you respond to the question?
Absolutely. Actually, I was the one that raised the issue about the little girl. The little girl's name is Allison Hart, and she was killed at 14th and Jackson Street. And then it was Armando Martinez Ramos. It was the 47-year-old gentleman that was killed at 10th and Michigan Avenue. I've already put out a position paper on this that I would introduce legislation to make Ward 5 the pilot for pedestrian safety. The National League of Cities has put out a 7-step formula to address pedestrian safety. The mayor's Vision Zero plan does not work because the only thing they're doing in that plan is these speed cameras. And now they're talking about coming up with another 170 speed cameras. And the number that's been quoted here that's saying that what Maryland, Virginia owes us is $21 million. It's a lot more than that. It's in excess of $100 million. And the problem with this city is we don't have reciprocal agreements. And the mayor has been trying to get the governor of both Maryland and Virginia to come to the table so we can have reciprocal agreements that they enforce our driving infractions, and the city just has not been able to do that. Same thing with paid sick leave. Do you know we pay for 325,000 non-DC residents? We pay their sick leave, their paid sick leave. And 94,000 DC residents do not get that same paid leave because we don't have reciprocal agreements. So a lot of times people giving you all this stuff, they don't know what they're talking about really, but we need to have someone down there that's really looking out for our benefit and keep our dollars in DC.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Mr. Parker?
Sure.
Yeah. Parents shouldn't have to bury their kids. And I appreciate this question because too often our discussions around public safety center on gun violence, which is critically important, but we neglect the violence that is happening daily on our streets. Despite car rides going down during the pandemic, vehicular homicides and incidents in our city have increased. And Allison Hart is one example right here in Ward 5, but on Bike to School Day, 2 girls in Ward 8 were hit, and video of them laid out sprawled in the street is still etched in my mind. And what it really begs the question is, at what point is enough enough? At what point do we just get tired of elected officials and candidates saying all the right things, and again, making promises but not following through on them? For years, we've talked about Vision Zero. For years. And more of our neighbors are being killed on our streets because we have elected officials that refuse to stand up to the status quo. And that is what this election comes down to. So yes, I can rattle off the things that I would push for, and I would encourage neighbors to check out my website. I'm the only candidate that has actually put out a Safe Streets platform. In fact, I've put out more than a dozen platforms. But what is really at the heart of the Vision Zero crisis, Safe Streets crisis, is what kind of council member do you want representing you? Someone that's going to say all the right things or someone that's going to do the right things? And what we have in the city are too many elected officials that say the right stuff with a smile, and then when it comes time to make the hard decisions that might go against corporate lobbyists and business interests or entrenched politicians, they fail time and time again. So yes, we need improved enforcement. Yes, we need to redesign our roads. Yes, we actually need to move forward with Move DC plans that are already on the books. And it's unacceptable that a parent or parents in our community had to bury their 5-year-old kid. And that should be a wake-up call for all of us. So thank you again for this question. But it's really about electing a council member that's going to stand up to the status quo.
Thank you. Well, we received excellent news from our hosts here and that we have a little extra time to get to some of the many excellent questions that our audience has given us here. So if you'll bear with us for another few minutes, we've got a few good ones for you.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is a lightning round, which is basically just a real quick response to this question. And for this one, I want to start with Ms. Hubbard. And it's a yes or no question, and yes or no. Ms. Hubbard, do you support legalizing prostitution?
No.
Okay. Mr. Orange?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Parker?
As the question, do I legalize, support it? No. Prostitution? No.
No.
Thank you.
That was an easy one.
Did you have another one? Oh, I kind of like this one.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this. Okay, well, we're gonna return to a slightly different question here from that last entry. We're going to move back to schools, Our questioner says, no thriving school system is run by a chancellor. What is your position on the reinstatement of a school superintendent who is required to have an advanced degree in education in order to fill the role? So a bit of a change from what we have now. So I guess, Gordon, we will start with you on this.
And this is a very important question. You know, and as I said before, and I pride myself on balanced, measured, pragmatic leadership and service. As I've walked around the ward, I've door knocked, I've talked to so many residents, I hear a lot of issues, a lot of lack of trust with our current school system. However, one of the things that I also recognize is that the graduation rates have been increasing over the years within the District of Columbia. There's something to be said about being able to go to one entity, one individual within the mayor's office to hold accountable around our school system. So I actually want to keep the current structure of mayoral control right now, but we need to reassess it to figure out ways for it to be better done. Because clearly there are issues with this current structure, but in terms of changing it, I'm not for that at this current time. What I am also for is making sure that we provide more budget transparency for our parents, for our teachers, and children as well around what's going on in our school system. And I also support bringing back the Education Committee on the DC Council. I think that is one of the ways that council members and other individuals would be able to assist, help, and protect both parents, teachers, and children as well. So that's my position on it. And again, the council right now is moving very left. I'm not against left, I'm progressive myself, but too much of anything is not good. Too left, too right, it's not enough. We need balanced, measured leadership around issues such as these, that way we can really serve the diverse communities within Ward 5 in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith, we will turn to you on this question.
I'm a parent, and I want an education system that can work well for my children, regardless of where they are. And what I would say is also, as a parent, I want to know that we have actually planned out a comprehensive plan for public education where the voices of parents and communities are appreciated. And we have the ability to be able to do that. And a council member, particularly with bringing back the Committee on Education, should be pushing on that particular area. I think we do currently have a superintendent of schools in the District of Columbia, Dr. Christina Grant, and she does have an advanced degree, but she should also be working within communities to hear from the community around what is most important in education and how can we create a system where there is trust that is being built and where the relationship is built on knowing that those concerns that you have will be addressed in a really important manner. And so the Office of the State Superintendent of Education has the ability to be able to do that. We have to stop focusing just on DCPS because while we need to focus on DCPS and that is our matter of right schools and they need to work and we need to fund them as such, we also have all these other public charter schools that are also operating. And families are out here assuming that we have a system that works together that does not. And the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and many other entities that we have need to learn to work better together to serve families in that way and to bring them to the decision-making table to make our education system truly the system that our families and children deserve.
Okay, Mr. Orange?
Yes, the foundation of that question is really, should we go back to school board days or should we continue forward with the mayor having control over the schools? Now, I've been in the city for 42 years. I know all about education since my wife taught in DC public schools for 30 years. And I was here when we could not open the schools, when we could not provide maintenance for the schools. I was here when the Washington Teachers Union, the president and all of them got in trouble. And that's the reason why we moved away from a state school board into mayoral control. And it has worked. And we need to continue on that path of moving forward. Way back when, I had to write legislation just to mandate our children to get books for their core subjects by the second week of school. Because they were complaining in the month of May that they didn't have their core materials, school's out in June. The school board couldn't get it done. I was the one that had to reopen and establish McKinley Technology High School because the school board couldn't get it done. They were in court fighting for their lives for criminal activity. So the Washington Teachers Union, in my view, needs to move forward, and let's focus on our children as opposed to a Board of Education and going backwards. Let's improve on what we have.
Mr. Parker?
I'm proud to be endorsed by the Washington Teachers Union. I do this work every day, and it is something that I take very seriously. I think what we just heard is a lot of fear-mongering again. And if you ask any parent, if you ask any teacher, is our current system working? And they will tell you no. Our parents were promised on day one of this school year that schools would be ready for them. And many of you probably heard those same promises. Still to this day, the ceiling is falling apart in boroughs. Langley Elementary doesn't have a working HVAC system. So we don't have to talk about the school board days of the past. It's not working right now. In several of our school communities today, parents are bringing packages of bottled water because the water fountains are not working in the system. DGS has over 100 requests that are outstanding that no one has moved on, including our current council member. And so when you ask about mayoral control, I think the question is, how do we center parent and teacher voices within DCPS decision-making, which I call for and think is very important, but we also need to look at OSSI, or the State Superintendent's Office. The State Board of Education works alongside the State Superintendent's Office. I can tell you very clearly, directly, that nothing goes out, nothing happens unless it looks favorably for the mayor. And that at times is harmful for our kids. I've seen it happen repeatedly as president of the State Board of Education. So I'm not here to lecture and say what the outcome should be. What I am saying is right now, we don't center parent and teacher voices in our education system. I'll give you one more fact. On the State Board of Education, we have teachers that have been in the classroom for 40 plus years. I'm a former teacher. Look at who's running our education system. They are mainly non-educators. And we wonder why Ward 5 has the 3rd lowest performing schools. We wonder why DC is the lowest ranked state in the country, if you consider us a state. And so again, I just want to push back on the notion that let's not go back to the school board days as if we have it all figured out, and we must center parent and teacher voices in our decision making within DCPS, but also within our state superintendent's office.
Well, you were the school board president. What did you do?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that.
Yeah, what did you do? You were the school board president for 1 year, and you didn't get reelected. And nobody from the school board has endorsed you. So what have you done?
Can I answer that?
1 minute response.
Oh, that's
Since he
great.
posed the challenge, 1 minute response.
One, I didn't run for re-election. It's important to note that I was selected unanimously by my colleagues to serve as president. More than half of my colleagues have donated and hosted fundraisers for, and that's not the same that I could say about the DC Chamber of Commerce. Thirdly, we've restarted the Ward 5 Council of Education. Fourthly, we started an organization that is raising money and distributing it to Ward 5
Talk about some of the problems
Fifthly,
talk about some of the problems you talked about. Fix the problems.
Well,
You told us about all these
Mr.
problems, but what have you fixed? You said they need water. You said the roof was falling down.
Absolutely.
Tell me about what you did.
Last thing I would say, given our current power structure, we all know that the State Board of Education doesn't have the power to make the changes. And so again, are you going to elect the status quo?
You just said you
or
had
are you going to elect someone that has the courage to change?
You oversaw a $2.6 million budget. What did you do with the $2.6 million?
Pastor, I apologize. I'm going to be in accordance and behave.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
I have one question for this round for Mr. Parker. This is from the audience. Please limit this to 1 minute. And if you choose to respond, please just 15 seconds. Okay, Mr. Parker, do you now support equal transparency laws for DCPS and public charters?
Yes. I'm not sure the question. Equal transparency laws. I've long called for equal transparency between both sectors. I'm proud to be supported by many Ward 5 educators, both within DCPS and charters. And again, I'm happy to put my education record up against anybody on this panel. The reason why we need more education advocates on our DC Council, on the Education Committee that I hope returns, is because the status quo is not working. And so what I think that question may be getting at is, in many ways, we have two sectors. We have DCPS and we have our charters that currently don't have to abide by the same set of rules as our DCPS schools. I've long advocated for, if you are receiving public dollars and you want to consider yourself a public school, every school entity should play by the same set of rules. I'll give you a very concrete example. Teacher licensing. DCPS teachers have to be licensed in order to go to the classroom. That is not the same for our charters. And so if you are receiving public dollars, I think all schools should have to play by the same set of rules.
Does anybody want to respond to that individually for 15 seconds? No. Okay, thank you.
The silence is telling.
Excuse me.
Now, see, I was going to let you pass, but the thing is, yes, once again, school board president, 1 year, pops up in D.C., and tell us we need to do all these things. Hasn't been here. Only been here 5 years. Telling us all this stuff, and he's not getting anything done. Tell me what you did.
Mr. Orange,
what did you fix?
Mr. Orange,
you were school president. What did you fix? You're telling me about all these problems. I can tell you what I fixed.
Mr. Orange, we are in a place of worship.
Hey,
so
we were a food desert, and I fixed it. We were had no recreation facilities. I fixed it. McKinley was closed. I opened it. Tell us what you did, so we can try to ascertain what you're gonna do.
Okay,
Mr. Wright, can I respond?
Okay,
I won't
15
take
seconds.
Yes, I'll try and keep it brief. One, it's just not accurate, and I think Mr. Orange knows I've lived here more than 5 years, and so being in a place of worship, I would expect a little different.
Sir, you just sent out a piece that said you were in Chicago and New Orleans. I read everything about you. That's what you just said.
If I can finish,
everybody in there probably got his Meller. You know, the first paragraph talks about Chicago. The next paragraph talks about New Orleans. Then he said he wants to have healthy communities. But how do you define that? How do you do that?
If I can finish.
Can we need to cease this conversation because we only have 7 minutes?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll keep it brief, but I think it's important for those viewing. I have family that lived here probably longer than Mr. Orange and others. That still live in the area that now live in Maryland. So this idea that someone somehow has more claim to a community just because they've lived here longer, I think doesn't stack up.
I'm saying, what did you do for the community? I'm not talking about the claim. What did you do?
Okay, next question.
What did you do? What did you accomplish?
Next question.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher has 15 seconds. Oh, I can't. Yeah.
You got 15 seconds.
Yeah, no, I'm not even getting into that, over there. That's not what my comment's about. My comment is just education is very critical within our communities, but that's just one aspect of being a council member, right? A council member's job is also safety, housing, transportation, constituent services, making sure that your streets are clean, your tree limbs are cut, you're not dealing with excessive rodent issues. You're also dealing with developers, in a very transparent way to make sure that they're not doing things that's going against the community. That's all I want to say, that while education is critical, it's so much more that makes up a council member's daily duties. That's it, everyone. Thank you.
Well, what an exciting afternoon we've had here, but sadly our time is almost up, so we're going to give each of the candidates 1 minute to close us out. We will start on the opposite end here with Mr. Parker.
Yes, it's been the honor of my life representing Ward 5. I love this community, and what I've seen up close since serving are the challenges that many Ward 5 families face with housing, employment, public safety, accessing their government. And for me, this isn't about a resume builder. For me, this isn't about another shot because I need a job, but it's about how do we disrupt the systems that keep people trapped in poverty, keep people trapped in cycles of suffering, and that have failed my family. I shared a little bit about my life story earlier. And again, my vision is very simple. It's about building healthy communities for all Ward 5 neighbors, where we can all have the basic amenities and a quality of living regardless of what your zip code is. I'm proud to have been endorsed by our Attorney General, Carl Racine. I'm proud to be endorsed and supported by more than 24 Ward 5 community leaders, from ANCs and civic association leads. I'm proud to be endorsed by unions and local businesses. And I'll end on naming what makes me different. Out of all of the candidates in the race, I'm the only current ward-wide elected official, elected in 2018 by more than 15,000 Ward 5 neighbors. And that's important because I bring policy and budget experience, which is what you want in your council member. Secondly, I've amassed the greatest amount of grassroots support out of every candidate in this race. And I did so by not taking corporate or lobbyist money. And I'll tell you, I'm not the political establishment's pick. But what I think you heard and saw today might shed why we need to do things a little bit differently. So thank you again for having me, and I hope to earn your support.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Orange.
Ward 5, you know me, and I've been here for 42 years, and I've given blood, sweat, and tears working with a lot of you here. What we encountered in 1999 was disastrous. We had all the undesirable projects, 25-acre car impoundment lot, Salt Dome, McKinley was closed, our recreation centers were disastrous. But fast forward to today. We have Costco Shopping Center, we have Home Depot Shopping Center, we have activity around Catholic University, McKinley is open. I brought the $15 minimum wage. I was the one that got 5 days of sick leave pay for tip wage workers. I was the one that made sure that we had laws that protect transgenders and pregnant women in the workplace. So those are the things I've done. And now let me tell you what I'm going to do. I was the one that got the kids books for their core subjects. Now I'm going to make sure every child has a laptop and access to the internet so this coronavirus doesn't stop their learning. In honor of our late Ward 5 council member, Bill Spalding, who wrote the legislation to create the University of District of Columbia, in his honor, I'm going to make the University of District of Columbia tuition-free for our residents. I'm tired of this far left giving us pieces of fish, but they won't give us that pole. They won't give us that bait. And I got skin in the game because I now have a 5-year-old granddaughter. And I want to make sure that Ward 5 is the best place for her and that she has opportunity. And I'm not going for all this other stuff. You need to check these people's background out. A little pop-up. Just pop up and, oh, I want you to do this. Man, get back in the box. Let's get things done for ourselves. This is about you and your families. This is about your offspring. It's about your children.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
not about
Orange.
us. It's about what someone can do for you.
Thank you, Mr. Orange. Ms. Hubbard.
Oh, we have seen so much today, and some of it we cannot unsee. But what I do know is that not only do we need to think about leadership and just the things that people say that they have done when they are asking to be elected, but what have people done in the shadows? When we were working with neighbors, when we needed to build coalitions. And I would say that many times a lot of those people were not there. You know, I also think about my children and what type of leader would I want them to see. And we know that leadership has to be about integrity, has to be about relationship building, has to be about knowing our government and wanting to get to be deeply ingrained within our community. And that is something that I have done over the entire course of my career. I will tell you, absolutely, there is no one else here more rooted and invested than I am. You know, with my children, with myself, and just being able, again, to think about how we preserve our communities for everyone who is here. Not some of the rhetoric and things that we have heard today, but really the conversations that people are having that are most important to you. So while I'm really thankful to have had the opportunity to, again, work inside and outside of government in many roles, be able to establish offices, one within the State Board of Education, where I had to fight for a budget just to be able to do the work that I needed to do, and to get the leadership to pay attention to the important work of working for students and families. But again, what kind of not just leader do we want, but coalition builder? And I will tell you that my career has made me ready to do that on behalf of our community. So I look forward to not only talking to you now, but talking to you as we leave this place and in the future. And I'm so excited again, and thank the organizers for today.
Thank you, Faith. Gordon, close us out here.
Thank you all again for this wonderful conversation. I believe that it was very informative for many different reasons. You had an opportunity to see the differences between the various candidates. For everyone here again, I'm looking to become the first immigrant, the first Jamaican man to become council member in Ward 5 and in DC. I was born in Jamaica, grew up in New York, but been here for over 20 years. My wife is from Florida and Minnesota. So we have a unique ability to connect with so many different cultures and communities within Ward 5, this diverse community. I am a 3-term ANC commissioner. I've done many work with the community, much more than other individuals here. Deep-rooted service, volunteer, it's in my heart. I'm authentic about this. in terms of the opposing of the liquor store, the bringing out speed bumps, the stopping the displacement of native Washingtonians. You know, as a Ward 5 Democrats chairman, it's very important to note I am a 3-time ward-wide elected official, and we are seeking the Democratic nomination for this position, and I'm the current Ward 5 Democratic chairman. So we have to make sure that we understand what we are really talking about here as well. I have the most experience as a federal attorney, as an educator at American University, as an ANC commissioner, chairman of the Ward 5 Democrats. I'm ready to lead you. I'm ready to, more importantly, serve. And we can do this together. Why? Because this is a beautiful ward. This is a ward that has young individuals, older residents, and everyone in between. We can do something special in this election, Ward 5 residents. And that special thing is helping elect me so that we can do work together to make our ward thrive, take us to higher levels, higher heights. And let's do this. Housing, safety, transportation, environmental justice, constituent services, making sure that our older residents are getting all the resources and services that they need. That is with Gordon Fletcher and the team that I will bring to the Wilson Building. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's about all the time that we've had here, so I think I speak for James when I say thank you so much for having us. Thank you for the candidates for, let's say, a spirited discussion, and I'll turn it over to our host to close us out.
We thank everyone. This has been a very spirited discussion this morning, very much needed. And I think I failed to say this morning that Pastor Relford and I came together on behalf of Union Wesley AME Zion Church and the Queens Chapel Civic Association to host a forum today to make sure that all residents in the 16 communities within Ward 5 had an opportunity to come out this morning, either in person or through the stream, to hear and see the candidates and hear their views. We're going to close the morning very shortly. We remind you that the afternoon session begins at 1:30 with the candidates for the Attorney General. We thank Mr. Coma with the Washington City Paper and Mr. Wright with the Washington Informer for moderating this morning. We thank our candidates, Gordon Fletcher, Faith Hubbard, Vincent Orange, and Zachary Parker. And of course, we couldn't have had this without all of you. So thank you for coming out this morning, either through the stream or in person. And we hope to see you in about 45 minutes as we resume the afternoon. Thank you. Pastor Relford? I'm sorry.
Testing 1 2. There were a lot of questions that were submitted by you today, and what we want you to know is some of those questions we were able to get asked. For those questions that did not get asked, each of the candidates are receiving a copy of the questions that were not asked. Your questions will get to each candidate. Thank you for coming. We encourage you to stay for the forum for the Attorney General. We'll end up taking it without him if he's gone. It looks like he's out of here too.
1, 2, 3.
Hi there. How are you? I'm fine. Charlotte Lewis. Charlotte, nice to meet you in person. How are you?
On a minute ago, but now it doesn't seem to be on.
Thank you.
Check,
Yeah.
check.
Yeah, we needed to do this for the.
Yeah.
Good.
How's it going? I came in to see a little bit of the first one.
Yeah, the morning went well. Yeah. The morning went well.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we'll talk.
We'll talk, Charlotte. Thank you.
Sure. Bruce?
Check. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Union Wesley AME Zion Church. We are about to get started. I'm just going to give you a few details to keep in mind before Pastor and Charlotte comes out and kicks us off. First of all, please make sure you silence your phones. I said this at the earlier forum, and of course, everyone didn't listen, so during the proceedings, we had phones going off. So again, please silence your phones so we don't have that disruption. If you need to use the restrooms during the forum, there are restrooms in the back downstairs. Please do not come forward. Please do not come forward in front of the cameras. So use restrooms in the back downstairs. Either take the elevator or there are stairs out in the Nortex. The other thing is that we will have index cards with pens for those who want to ask questions. They'll be provided to the moderator, and you'll be able to have your questions presented to the candidates, and we'll then go from there. Again, we're about ready to get started. Enjoy yourself, and hopefully you'll be well informed. Pastor?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Relford, and I'm the pastor of Union Wesley African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. And we just want you to know that we appreciate you taking the time to be present for the candidates forum for Attorney General. Please know that there are persons that are streaming from our various platforms of Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, as well as our website. So to our candidates, there are more people than what we see in the sanctuary. Okay? If you'll allow me an opportunity just to pray for you to get us started, let me offer this prayer. Almighty God, you are great and you are greatly to be praised. There is nobody like you. Your greatness is unsearchable. You created the heavens and the earth because you are great. You created us in your image because you are great. You are the giver of all life because you are great. And you woke us up this morning because you are great. We pause in humble submission to you, O God, for you are the creator of everything. Unlike the political landscape that operates on term limits, there are no term limits with you. You are always in power, and you are always in control. We are grateful for you allowing us to assemble here this afternoon. Oh God, we assemble not because we have any desire to be the king or the queen maker, but God, we desire to create a platform for the candidates to be heard. So Lord, we pray that you would bless every candidate. We ask that you would give them wisdom, grace, compassion, and conviction as they share with us today. Oh Lord, we pray your protection over each of them as well as every member of their family. Oh God, we pray that you would be their protection and be their shield as only you can. God, as we know that politics can be divisive and dirty, we are mindful that whatever we do in this space and this place, this is still your house. So, God, we will govern ourselves with decency and respectability. Oh, Lord, we pray that you will allow this forum to be fruitful as well as beneficial. It is in your name, the one who has not some power, but has all power. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Amen. I present to you at this time our co-partner in this candidates forum for Attorney General, Mrs. Charlotte Lewis, who is the president of the Queens Chapel Civic Association.
There, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sharing this part of your Saturday afternoon with us. As Pastor said, I'm Charlotte Lewis with the Queens Chapel Civic Association, and I'd like to take a moment to just explain why we partnered a civic association and a church to provide this forum today. Excuse me. We knew that we didn't have enough time to invite candidates individually to speak to the community, and we thought that it was important for all 15 communities in the Ward 5, to hear from the candidates, to meet you and see you, to hear your views on the issues. And that is exactly what we've done today. We had a spirited conversation this morning with the council candidates, and we look forward to this afternoon's discussion. We're very privileged to have the publisher of the Washington Informer newspaper, Ms. Denise Rolock Barnes, as our moderator, and she will explain the format for the afternoon, and you will be in her hands for the next 2 hours. Thank you, and we will talk to you at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As far as the format is concerned for this, Ms. Lewis, I don't know if I have all those details, so if that's something you might want to go over with me, that would be helpful with all of us so that we know, I mean, because I might have us here all night, so I don't know.
Okay. We had so many emails flying back and forth this week, but I believe that we will allow 1 minute for introduction from each candidate, 90 seconds for each candidate to respond to your questions. If a candidate's name is mentioned, if a candidate is mentioned by name, there is an opportunity, I think, 20 seconds for rebuttal. And then at the end, each candidate will have an opportunity, 1 minute each, to close. Now, because we are streaming, we have staff in the pews who will be taking questions, and we'll scan those questions at the end and make sure that each candidate gets a copy if we don't get a chance to incorporate any of those questions. And likewise, we have staff with index cards and pens in case anyone in here needs to ask a question. They can write it, give the index card to any of the ushers, and they'll make sure that the cards are given to the moderator, to you. Okay?
Great.
All right. So I think we have plenty of time this afternoon, so we're ready to start if you are.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
That was helpful for all of us, I'm sure. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. As Ms. Lewis said, I'm Denise Rollard Barnes, publisher of the Washington Informer newspaper, and it's my first occasion in person to meet all of the candidates for the office of Attorney General. And so we will go ahead and get started. I wish all of you all the best, and we will see what the voters decide in a month. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Jones, and we'll go initially from my left to right, and then I'll just call on you as we proceed. So, Mr. Jones, you have a minute to give an introduction.
Good afternoon. How is everyone doing today?
Good.
I'm Ryan Jones. I'm running for Attorney General. I'm from Washington, D.C. I call this home, and I want nothing more than to give back to the city, which has given me so much. I embarked on this journey in order to create a course correction for our government, in order to rewire a system to uplift people and empower people. I know with my skill set that I've honed over the last decade as an attorney in courtrooms all around the city in various levels, that I have the leadership and the ability to coordinate with other attorneys to create the change that we need to see. We're in very important and critical times, and we need a new vision to lead us to a brighter day. And I want to be your attorney to do that. And I look forward to the discussion we're going to have today in order to share exactly how I will do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brian Schwab, it's your turn.
Thank you. Pastor Relford, Ms. Lewis, Ward 5, thank you very much. I'm Brian Schwab. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian. My mother was born here. My grandfather was born here. I've got 3 grown daughters who are fourth-generation Washingtonians. When I came back to Washington to join the Justice Department during the Clinton administration, my wife and I bought our house where we've lived for the last 30 years, where we raised our girls. I love Washington, D.C. I got a lot of good advice from my dad before he died, and he said, God gives us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. We should always try to listen twice as much as we talk. And what I've been hearing from voters over the last 5 months of this campaign is that people all across this city are proud to be Washingtonians. They recognize what a great city we live in, that it's a magnet for talent to come and live and want to be here. We don't have a resource problem in Washington, D.C. We're abundant in resources, but what we do have is a resource distribution problem. We don't share equity and income and opportunity fairly across the city. And I think the most important thing we can do as lawyers is to use the law to make sure we shrink that gap between the way the city is today and the way we all know our city can be, one where income and equity and opportunity is fairly shared. The law is the single most powerful tool we have to do it, and in the right hands, it can be done.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab. And Mr. Bruce Spiva, you're next.
Thank you. It's Spiva.
Spiva.
No worries.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Spiva, and I've been practicing law for 30 years now, fighting for civil rights, consumer protection, antitrust enforcement, both in my own small law firm that I founded, and then also as part of the management of a large national law firm called Perkins Coie. I've never forgotten that I stand on the shoulders of others, most importantly, my mother and my late father, both of whom came out of the Jim Crow South and went on to lives of service to others. They believed, they had a strong belief in the power of the law to change our lives for the better, particularly minority folks. My father graduated from an HBCU in 1954, the year that the Brown decision came down. And he's the one who inspired me to go to law school and instilled in me a sense of duty and courage to fight for change. And that's what I've been doing these last 30 years, fighting for civil rights, fighting for consumer protection, for housing justice. And if I'm elected Attorney General, I want to bring those same values and that training and preparation that I've had from my parents and from my career. I want to bring that to the office of the Attorney General and push forward those same ideals in terms of housing justice and criminal justice reform and workers' rights. And I look forward to your questions, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're going to start from scratch. We're going to go to ground zero. And because one of you will be the second Attorney General that the District of Columbia has had in its history. So I want to just start off with a very general question. And I'll start with you, Mr. Spiva. And you have 90 seconds to ask us, in your own words, not the legalese, what is the role of the Attorney General?
The role of the Attorney General and the Attorney General's office is quite simply to promote the public interest for the people of Washington, D.C. Now, that covers a wide swath of issues important to people's everyday lives, from child support orders to consumer protection, combating fraud against our citizens, workers' rights, combating unscrupulous companies that take advantage of their workers and don't pay them what they're lawfully required, and many other areas. And so in everything I will do as Attorney General, I'm going to bring to bear the experience and training that I've gotten over the last 30 years fighting against unscrupulous corporations, and sometimes even fighting the district government itself. I've had some cases against the office that I'm seeking to lead. But always, whether I'm defending the district or bringing affirmative litigation, first and foremost in my mind is how can we use the powers of the office to help the people of the District of Columbia. I'll wake up every morning with that thought in my mind.
Thank you so much. Mr. Schwab, what's your definition?
Thank you. So Carl Racine was our first independently elected Attorney General, which was a huge, important step for all of us who love D.C. to have a say in who our chief legal officer is. Previously, for many years, the mayor appointed the Attorney General. We've had one elected Attorney General in Carl Racine. I'm proud that Carl has endorsed me in my campaign because Carl knows what it takes to lead this office into what its fundamental job is, which is to make people's lives in Washington, D.C. better and safer. You can boil down everything that the OAG does to do the job of making our lives better and safer. The AG that was last appointed by our mayor was Irv Nathan. He too has endorsed my campaign. Those two gentlemen know better than anybody in this city what it takes to do the work of the 700 plus full-time equivalents that are in the Office of Attorney General doing the law business of our city. We've got three primary functions as an Attorney General's office. We got to do the law business. We got to advise the mayor and the city council. We got to defend the agencies. We have to make the agencies do their job better because everybody who lives in D.C. deserves to have a government that works. And an attorney that I've been over the last 30 years is working on a lot of different complicated matters with clients, urging, cajoling, and sometimes having to fight for them to get them to do what they should do. The Attorney General also is in charge of juvenile justice in our system. We have a bifurcated criminal justice system. Kids are charged by the Attorney General. And so the next Attorney General has to lean into the fact that our kids are at risk right now, especially coming out of the pandemic. The third role, the critical role, is protecting the public interest. That's fighting for vulnerable people in our city who don't always have a voice and a lawyer and a law firm to fight for them. That's seniors who are being taken advantage of by scams. That's tenants who are living in substandard housing, dealing with their slumlords. It's people who are being charged predatory rates on loans when they're trying to borrow money, and it's people who are facing discrimination on barriers to entry with credit, insurance, and getting into business.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Yes, so you're the chief legal officer for the district government. You are breaking down from a legal standpoint, and you are guiding from a legal standpoint. In that role, as you've heard from Mr. Schwab, you have guidance over the juvenile prosecution and adult misdemeanors. You are protecting the district when the district doesn't act in the best way towards its residents or others. And you are also defending and, you are also providing public advocacy for the residents. As I break down the various components of what the job actually does, you're managing. You are leading attorneys that go into courtrooms. You're leading attorneys that guide agencies. You're setting the course correction for standard operating procedures. You are advising on what laws are legally sufficient, as well as regulations. You are, and that's council and agencies. You're telling the mayor whether executive orders are proper or not. You are going to be where the buck stops on the most important legal issues. And the moral character of the person in that role is incredibly important. Not just knowing the functions, because I believe we all do know the functions. It's how you're going to lead. It's what's important to you, and you having that touch point with the citizens and the government officials that you'll be working with on an everyday basis that will make the difference in how this government functions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schwab, what makes you most qualified for this job?
I think that the next AG has to bring some key qualities to the job. First, years of experience. Practicing law, 30 years. I came back. I worked for the Justice Department after clerking for a federal court trial judge. As an enforcer of our tax laws, I had to go out across the country and make sure the laws were effectively and efficiently enforced. Oftentimes not the most popular person in the courtroom when you're standing up trying to collect the taxes. But keep in mind, one of the things the AG has to do here is protect all of your tax dollars in terms of not making them wasted in what agencies are sometimes sued over lots of money. And when agencies don't work, our tax dollars aren't working. I spent the last 30 years fighting and trying a full array of cases. I've tried death penalty cases in Alabama. Freddie Woods, 19-year-old young man accused of capital murder in the killing of a white store owner. Freddie was black. And we fought to fight Freddie's death penalty, and now Freddie is eligible for parole, and hopefully before he turns 50 will be a free man. I've fought complex civil cases and billion-dollar civil cases and cases where police have been exceeding their constitutional limits against my clients, shooting at them, beating them up. And I bring a wide array of that experience to say that the job of the Attorney General requires judgment. It also requires leadership. I have led large teams of lawyers for the last 10 years at my law firm. First as the firm vice chair, more than 600 lawyers, and the last 6 years as the partner in charge of our DC office, 325 lawyers. The OAG has a budget of $150 million. The next person needs to step in and be able to lead. And the talented lawyers and professionals in that office know the difference between somebody who's actually done the work, who's tried the cases, and who's stood up. The last thing I bring is I'm independent. I am not a politician.
We're out of time,
okay,
Mr. Schwab.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Spiva.
Thank you. Well, I really stand on my own and on my own record in running for this office. And for the last 30 years, I think you'll find that there's no one in the race who has the breadth and depth of public interest experience as I have. I've been litigating cases, trying cases all over this country and here at home on voting rights and civil rights and consumer protection and antitrust. I also have argued appeals in circuit courts and state Supreme Courts all over the country and here in Washington, D.C. And last year, I argued a case in favor of voting rights in the United States Supreme Court. I also, until I ran for office, managed an office of over 200 professionals as the office managing partner of Perkins Coie here in D.C., and I was a member of the firm's executive committee, the governing body of over 1,200 attorneys and $1.1 billion in revenue. But that's not the thing that I'm the most proud of. I'm proud of fighting for the low-income Black, Asian, and Latino residents in Columbia Heights who were pushed out of their housing by their slumlords. They were riding around on buses at night with children looking for a place to stay. And we were able to fight and get those people compensation for the trauma that they were put through. I'm proud of representing a Howard University student who was raped and drugged at an off-campus party and then was badly mishandled. Her case was badly mishandled by the police. And we fought for her, and we were able to get a law passed that provided greater protections for victims of sexual assault by the council. I'm proud of my fight for statehood over the last several decades, including being arrested in an act of civil disobedience, what John Lewis would have called good trouble, fighting for statehood for the District of Columbia. Those are the things that I'm proudest of, and I think that those are the things that make me the best prepared and very well prepared to carry on the public interest mission of the office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spiva. Mr. Schwab.
Do I get a chance to respond to the same question?
I thought you did. You didn't?
No, I didn't.
No. Yes, please. Please. I'm moving fast. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jones. I'm sorry.
I won't say that I'm the most qualified because the rules of professional responsibility just say, hey, look, give people all the information that they need and let them make their own decision. And I want to tell you a little bit about myself. All right, I started a law firm in 2014 in order to help a friend. That put me in one court and another, and I built a practice on my own. And I'm here today after being in U.S. Federal District Court for employment discrimination issues, wage theft matter, trademark infringement. I've been in D.C. Superior Court, civil, criminal, family, landlord, tenant, wills, and probate. I've been dealing with district agencies before DOES, whether you have workers' compensation matters, unemployment insurance matters. I've been in the Court of Appeals, where I tell people I practice routinely. I've argued successfully before the Court of Appeals, reversing a decision which had a great and harmful effect on a large institution. I've done the work. Now it's the time to say to everyone, you're making a decision about where you want to see the city go. What type of leadership do you want? What type of vision do you want? And that's what you can bring to the office. It's not necessarily who's necessarily the most skilled, but who has the best vision for putting the right people in place to make the skilled decisions, to create the desired results. And I believe that I have the ability to run this office successfully and see the change that we all want to see.
Great, thank you. And because of that, I'm going to start with you with the next question. Assuming you're elected, you become the next Attorney General, what would be the very first issue that you would tackle on behalf of the District of Columbia residents?
There are major issues confronting the district right now, and I don't think you can put one down in favor of another. And when I talk about creating a task force that goes into the DC Code and the DC municipal regulations and amends, revises, and repeals those laws that aren't working in favor in the best interest of its residents. That way we rewire a system and uplift people. I've run on the idea of creating equal access to justice because I believe in the courts, and I know that courts can create the changes that we want to see. We can set the precedent in those courts. However, people need to get there. So I want to expand our public advocacy division by bringing in angel litigation funding and other means to have outside counsel go on and take some of the most important issues that are confronting district residents. You deter bad actors from behaving in a certain way. They're disincentivized from behaving that way. We have a better society. I talk about creating an expungement clinic so that those who are returning citizens and those who are facing issues and having a difficult time getting jobs, they have a way to go and get an attorney, wipe the record clean, and let them have a more equal chance to get a job. I also talk about creating a wills and trust clinic because we have an issue of maintaining wealth for our historic residents and just people needing that in general. And that requires having access to an attorney. We can provide outside counsel and put them right in district court, DC Superior Court, and have them provide that counsel to our residents. And those are the things that I want to get done.
Okay, Mr. Schwab, how about you? What would be the first thing that you would want to tackle as the new Attorney General?
Well, the first thing that has to be done is to recognize that the Office of Attorney General is built on extraordinarily talented lawyers and professionals who are doing the hard work. And so job number one is to make sure that that team stays intact. To the extent people are going to leave based on who the next leader is, the next leader is going to have to make sure that team is ready to go. And I can tell you the talented folks in the office are watching because they want somebody who's coming in who's spent a lot of time mentoring and teaching. I've taught law students, I've taught trial advocacies, and I've raised with the associates in my firm, associates up to becoming partners, to becoming lead trial lawyers and general counsel. I bring an air of giving people an opportunity to do what they want to do with their law degree, and that's what people are looking for next, is to make sure that that talent stays in place. It can't be done by one person alone. Another thing that people who are really interested in doing the hard work at the AG's office are ensuring that it remains an independent office. I'm a fair election candidate. I'm coming in as somebody who's outside of the political system, and I'm doing a campaign based on small dollar contributions, no PACs, no corporate money, not funding my campaign myself, because I think the voters and the people who work in the office want to know that their next leader is not beholden to anybody. The first day one job is to make sure that the team of great professionals that have been fighting for our city for the last 8 years under Carl Racine's leadership are knowing that they are going to have the leader in place to let them continue to do the hard work, fighting for people under the public interest prong, fighting for our city, doing juvenile justice, the reformed juvenile justice that's in place right now. So that's job number one, is making sure the team is in place.
Mr. Spiva.
Thank you. You know, we are really a tale of two cities here in Washington, and to extend the analogy, that means that it's the best of times and it's the worst of times. In the charming streets of Georgetown and the manicured lawns of Wesley Heights, it's the best of times. And yet in other areas of our city, racked by gun violence, poverty, housing instability. I was in Brentwood last Friday where they've got 5 industrial uses in their community. It's the worst of times. And so my first priority as the next Attorney General will be to forward the public interest mission of the office, to do everything we can to try to improve the lives of those in the district who have for too long been left out and left behind. That means we got to have a functioning child support system, making sure we're getting appropriate child support orders in place. That means we've got to enforce the civil rights laws so people aren't being rejected for housing because of the source of their income, because perhaps they have a government voucher instead of regular income to pay for their housing. That means we've got to fight scams and we've got to fight unscrupulous employers who cheat their workers out of their rightful wages, first and foremost as a matter of justice and economics for those workers, but also for the scrupulous businesses who are paying their workers what they're supposed to be paying. And so that would be my focus as Attorney General. What can I do every day together with the team of professionals in the office to help everyday people?
Thank you, Mr. Spiva. I'll go back to you, Mr. Schwab. Under the current Office of the Attorney General, a pilot public safety program was initiated called the Violence Interruption Program, aimed at reducing gun violence in D.C. How would you evaluate or assess the program, and as a new OAG, would you continue it?
Yeah, the Cure the Streets program, which has been the Office of Attorney General's Violence Interruption Program, is about 3.5 years into its tenure. And one of the really important things for us to realize is that the data that's being gathered from that program needs to be looked at to see how well it's working. From what I understand and from all reports, it is an important part of an overhaul comprehensive plan to deal with gun violence. I've recently put out a 6-point action plan about how we keep our neighborhoods safe and we reduce crime. And part of the prevention of crime in the future is including violence interrupters, credible messengers, and people who are breaking cycles of violence. But there's so much more about what we have to do in terms of getting to the root causes of crime. It's investing in our kids. As the juvenile justice chief prosecutor, my focus is going to be primarily on keeping kids away from the criminal justice system. When they're already interacting with credible messengers and violence interrupters, it's sometimes too late. So we need to make sure we're getting resources to kids earlier, whether it's when they're coming home from the hospital, whether it's pre-K education, social emotional learning, so that kids are able to get a good start on life and to see a future where they have promise, where they can succeed. Not all kids want to go to 4-year colleges. Some do, but those who don't need to see promise through good vocational education opportunities, workforce trainings, and opportunities where they can take their entrepreneurialism and grit and find a way to see a life of promise. So we have to invest on the front end, and the violence interruption's important. Last thing I'll say on this is we have to reset the relationship right now between the OAG's office and the mayor's office with respect to violence interruption programs, because we have competing programs. Any successful organization needs to break down silos, share insights, talk about what we're learning, and where things can get better, share that information. And I will be committed to making sure that those silos are broken down and all of the violence interruption in the city is learning together.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Yes, I've been critical of the program. However, I do believe it works. And I do believe that there are violence interrupters that exist currently that can really help. I always mention ceasefire, don't smoke the brothers and sisters, as I grew up the street from ceasefire, don't smoke the brothers and sisters, and I know how impactful those types of programs can be when they work along with the OAG's office and other government entities. I've been critical of the fact that the mayor's office has a program, OAG's office has a program, and we need to eliminate redundancy and work together more cohesively. And that's what I'd like to see. Now, there's a split on what the data shows and if the data is reliable. A person confronted me and said she disagreed with what I said. She works in the violence interrupters program. She said, if we weren't doing this work, The 41 murders to this point in the year would be greater. You're going in and you're stemming neighborhood beefs. You're going in and eliminating the types of problems that do lead to gun violence. And so how can we put more resources into a program that's successful while getting data so that it's trusted, so that we know that we're spending the money the right way? That's my outlook for it as of today, and I'm constantly willing to be able to reevaluate to know if this is working or we need a course correction.
Mr. Spiver?
Thank you. I also I believe that the violence interruption programs should be continued, that they serve a good purpose, obviously through constant qualitative and quantitative evaluation. As Attorney Jones said, sometimes it's hard to know. I think, it's sometimes hard to quantify because you don't know what the world that didn't exist would be like if the program didn't exist. I mean, that's the trick of trying to quantify these things. You don't know how many murders might have happened if you didn't have the violence interrupters out there. I do think there needs to be better coordination. The Public Welfare Foundation put out a report that said that the district is rich in resources on these types of programs, but their coordination poor. The mayor's agencies have a violence interruption program. The OAG has one. We need to get together on that and make sure we're coordinating and making the best use of resources. I also think that this has to be part of a more comprehensive plan to control violence, to make us safer. We need to address root causes. Some of the things that I was talking about a minute ago lead to great trauma, especially among our youth. Housing instability. Many of our youth have been the victims of or witnesses to really serious violent crime, and that creates a great deal of trauma. So we need to have appropriate mental health resources in place. We need to have substance abuse counseling in place. We need to be doing things to improve economic opportunity in our poorer and black and brown neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Spiver.
that will make us more safe.
I want to move on to a question. I'm trying to make sure I include questions from the audience as well. So I will start, go the opposite direction, start with you. And this is for all three candidates. For sub-minimum wage, the sub-minimum wage allows for wage theft, sexual harassment, and retaliation. How will you, as the AG, protect workers?
Well, first of all, I support the initiative 82, which would bring the sub-minimum wage up to the minimum wage, so it would equalize that across our so-called tipped workers, which is the source of a lot of those problems. And I believe that's going to pass, and I don't think this council is going to override it, as was done a few years ago. So that will help a great deal, and I support that. I also, as I said, I've been a fighter for consumers and everyday people. I've been the David against the Goliath, and I won't hesitate. And I've represented labor unions. I believe in the union movement. I won't hesitate to go after those businesses that are cheating their workers by underpaying them. And I have the skills and training to do that effectively, together with the excellent lawyers that are currently in OAG. But I definitely support the idea of equalizing that wage to try to eliminate some of those problems that you mentioned.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
Yeah, so here's how it works in DC. When there's a wage issue, it goes before DOES, you're filing a complaint. And we need to be sensitive to those complaints. We can't know as the Attorney General where these problems reside, so we need to be known. We need to be told about them. And when we need to then educate workers on how this is, what it looks like when you are getting your wages taken from you. Are you getting the benefits that you deserve based on the hours that you worked in a particular week or two? Are you getting the benefits commensurate with those hours worked along with the time off? And we got to point you to how to tell us and inform us how we get that done. And so then we're also working with the agencies that are going to be making the decisions that then find in favor of an employer who's having their wages stolen. And so we have to press on that. And we have to have that as a value system. And I'm saying I do have that as a value system to protect our workers here in Washington, D.C.
Mr. Schwab?
So the answer is we aggressively enforce the laws we have that protect workers. I started my career at the Justice Department trying cases where oftentimes employers were trying to cheat the tax system by misclassifying employees as independent contractors or not paying the full amount of wages or extra benefits that people were entitled to. So I know how to try these cases and win. And the way you build those cases is you work directly with the labor unions, who oftentimes are sources of information to bring directly to the AG's office. You have relationships in the community where the AG is actually outreaching to workers, oftentimes vulnerable workers, undocumented workers who are very concerned about retaliation. So we need to make sure that people know they will not be retaliated against, and we have anti-retaliation laws that the OAG has to step up and enforce. When I'm meeting with the unions, and I'm proud that the Carpenters Union, the Iron Workers Union, the Plumbers and the Pipe Fitters Union have all endorsed me, because when we talk about wage theft, they know they're going to get an attorney general who understands how to build the cases, to find where the documents are, to know where the witnesses are. And what that means for the great talented lawyers in the offices, they are going to know they have a leader, a boss who knows how hard it is to build those cases. Then we look for the right cases that have impact, and we send a message about what it means to do business the right way in Washington. It's a level playing field. Employers who pay their workers and who pay them appropriately are entitled to know that those who are cheating are going to be held accountable. The unions want to bid for work, and they're getting undercut when non-union laborers cheat their workers. And we have a big issue with labor trafficking in our city that this next step leads to. So the answer to the question is we enforce the laws we have with somebody who knows how to do it and who has a track record of doing it.
Thank you very much. Another question from the audience, and again, I'll start with you, Mr. Schwab. With crime being out of control, with carjackings and robberies being committed by teenagers, the individual wants to know, will you, as the next Attorney General, prosecute people that commit serious crimes regardless of their age?
So the short answer is yes. The Attorney General has to make sure that people understand that there is an accountability to breaking the law, and particularly for violent repeat offenders, juvenile offenders, which are the ones that the AG has got responsibility for dealing with. Our community needs to know that there will be accountability for criminal behavior. What that means is on certain occasions, those consequences are serious, and there's certainty. The AG can't do it by himself. The MPD has to do its job in terms of bringing admissible, constitutionally acquired evidence. Our Department of Forensic Sciences has to do its job, because we're talking about fingerprint evidence and other things you need to build cases. Our court system has to work. We're down 16 judges right now. The next AG is going to have to understand, how do we navigate a system that's clogged? And that's part of our statehood challenge, which we can talk about later too. But the next AG has to let the community know that we are going to efficiently close cases and make sure that people who are committing violent repeat offenses are held accountable. Now, because they're young people, we also have to remember that we're going to give them resources. That's part of rehabilitation. It's part of making sure that when they're done with those consequences, they emerge ready to be productive, law-abiding, productive citizens in our community. We don't make ourselves safer by having a recycling prison to society to prison to society cycle.
Mr. Spiva?
Thank you. I, of course, would prosecute those types of cases, but I want to emphasize that I think it's very important to avoid sending children to adult prisons because all you do is re-traumatize them, and they're going to come out at some point. So in addition to being morally wrong, it also doesn't help make us safer, because they're going to be much more likely to commit crimes if they're sent to adult prison. So I support the legislation that's under consideration, at least in general terms, to have the AG, the DC AG, as opposed to the unelected U.S. attorney, have to make a request when they charge children or seek to charge children as adults, and have our Superior Court judges make the decision whether that's appropriate. I think in some circumstances with these very serious crimes, we need to look at a third option. Right now, it seems like the choice is either they are charged as a child and they have to be released by the age of 21, or they're charged as an adult, and as I said, they're sent off to an adult prison, and that's not good for anybody. And so we need to look at a third way in the appropriate cases where maybe we can hold people longer and provide them with the types of rehabilitative services to get them back on the right track, because these are our children. Even when they make serious when they commit serious crimes, and there absolutely should be accountability for that. No one gets a free pass because of their age.
Thank you,
but
Mr. Spiva.
we need to look at a serious rehabilitation to get them back on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Yes, I believe you have to prosecute. You have to for two reasons. There are theories of punishment. One is general deterrence, and then there's specific deterrence. And general deterrence means that if you are prosecuting young folks and they know that they will be held accountable, they won't do it anymore. And then we might have repeat offenders. Now you need specific deterrence for that specific young person. And that requires hard work. That requires keeping files. That requires an analysis on a case-by-case basis. And so I do understand that the juvenile restorative justice program has been very effective here in Washington, D.C., and we have diversion programs. And they're necessary to make sure that young folks don't get placed in the margins of society and don't have a real chance after that. We need to be providing those opportunities, but right now we're in a dire circumstance. People are afraid to go pump their gas. People aren't certain that people are doing their jobs at these levels. And so who's the next person that's gonna step up? Are they going to do something to make us feel safe in our homes and safe in our streets? I'm saying, yes, I will. It is a difficult job, and one has to step up and do it, and you have to do the hard work. You have to step into it, put your hands into it, and say, hey, look, young folks, you know, you're going to have to get punished because you seem to be a repeat offender, and these programs aren't working best for you. But someone else, hey, look, we think you're fit for this, and we can put you in a diversion program, and we can see that, you know, you can get better if we put you in this program.
Thank you. Pardon me for the length of this question, but the OAG has taken, the current OAG has taken some aggressive steps or aggressive actions against telemarketers. And someone mentioned scams earlier, scam tactics against DC residents, and particularly elders. We know that it's just outrageous what a lot of our seniors go through. But still there are residents that are being inundated by telemarketers who flood residents' phone calls, their mailboxes, emails, text messages, to the extent of making them feel harassed with offers to invest in their properties or asking them to sell their homes, particularly in wards 5, 7, and 8. So what actions would you initiate to put a stop to these harassing and unwanted and disturbing calls, particularly as it relates to our seniors? Mr. Spiva, I'll start with you on that.
Yes, first of all, I feel outrage and great sympathy towards the seniors. My own mother is 84 years old, and she gets lots of scam type calls all the time. And what I would say is that I would vigorously enforce the law and go after people who are committing those types of frauds, particularly against our vulnerable populations, such as seniors. Now, I have done that before. I had my own small law firm where I did cases on behalf of people who had been abused by fraudsters and corporations, and I recovered money damages for people who had suffered that kind of abuse. And so I know that these are difficult cases. It's sometimes hard to find these folks. And sometimes they're judgment proof, what we call judgment proof, meaning they don't have any money. So if you go after them and win, sometimes there's nothing there to collect. But we've got to keep at it. We've got to go after them. And I believe that I've developed the skills and through my experience to really be effective at going after that type of abuse and winning.
Mr. Jones, your thoughts?
We have consumer protection laws that we have to enforce. We can enforce through the courts. We might have to build it out with code as well, knowing that actors are finding new ways to harass. We might have to coordinate, this is after litigation, in order to enforce ways to intercept mail from going out and even hitting the mailboxes in the first place, intercept these calls and intercept these texts. And we just have to put the technology in place, which exists, so that people won't continue to make these harassing calls, because then you put the citizens in a position to where they're having to make an educated decision on if something's a valid business opportunity or not. And we know that they're not. So let's go ahead and put the mechanisms in place, have enforcement officers precluding it from happening in the first place. And you do that once, of course, certain litigation is done. So if you're mailing improperly, if you are texting and calling improperly, and we can get an injunction against those types of behaviors by coordinating with service providers. That would be the #1 way to do it, as well as with U.S. Postal Service, knowing that certain types of mail identifies itself as a scam. So that's what I would try to work towards, and this is thinking on the fly, all right? So.
Okay, well, we have on our seatbelts. Mr. Schwab, how about yourself?
Look, it comes back to doing the hard work of enforcing the laws. We have consumer protection, including the Telephone Consumer Protection Act, which has very significant penalties for people who are violating the laws. Those cases need to be built and enforced. It starts with what I mentioned at the beginning about having 2 ears and 1 mouth. We, as an Office of Attorney General, need to be in the community, hearing directly from people, also educating about what the laws are. Because we have a market, a real estate market that is rising, too many families are ripe for this type of scam, because people are calling and saying they've got a tax lien on their house, they better sell before they lose all the equity. Or somebody's saying your house is worth less than they know what it is, and they're going to flip it right away. And the calls are bombarded, and as soon as somebody answers that call, they're in the siphon, they're in the system, and then those robocallers know to keep coming back after them. So we can build cases, including very strong enforcement cases to go after the bad actors, but we can also be doing proactive education in the community so that people know, particularly our seniors, what do those scams look like? Be aware, protect yourself, so that we don't have to fight about cleaning it up after the fact and seeking redress. We can stop the harm. And that's what the AG's office should be about, making people's lives safer and better by protecting harm from happening in the first place. When the scams occur, we need to be able to aggressively go after them, and part of it is in coalition with other state AGs, because a lot of these are interjurisdictional scams that cross state lines, so we want to have good relationships with other AGs to bring multi-state AG law enforcement proceedings, which I would be wanting to lead. And to the extent our residents are the ones who are being hurt, we should be the thought leader on that stage fighting those scams for states across the country.
I'm going to start with you on this one, Mr. Schwab, because you've mentioned it a couple times, and that is educating residents. I'm curious about how, and I know you all will be the Attorney General, you won't be your PR folks, you won't be the marketers, but what would be your expectation? How will you keep the community informed about the issues that your office is working with, but also how they can interact? I mean, what the open door policy will be as you become the next Attorney General. What would you expect your office to do?
I'm so glad to have the question, because a robust community engagement part of the OAG is critical. I think the Office of Attorney General has to be outside the office and in the community, and talking regularly with communities across the city about what the law is and what's happening, bringing people up to date on trends that we're seeing, but also listening. Where are people hearing things in their lives or feeling things in their lives where they feel vulnerable, taken advantage of? What are they worried about? Creating a safe place where people in the community know the AG is going to be in town, I know who it is, I know who's there, and I trust him or her to share what's happening. I want to use some of the public space we have in our city to create literally offices of the AG in the community, where there will be an Attorney General staff available on a regular basis for people to come in and communicate with, where it's a bilateral communication, pushing information out, receiving information in. And what I think we can do, because one of the things we learned during the pandemic is that we can access our court system with technology. And too many people have to spend too much time going down to Indiana Avenue to resource the Superior Court when they need access to justice. But if we can create safe, quiet places in these adjacent AG offices where people could have their court appearances with technology from their neighborhood, it saves them from taking the entire day off. It gives them greater access to justice. And I think that's how we build greater connection between the community and the AG. The AG can't do his job if the community doesn't trust the AG and bring the great cases and information to the AG so the AG can enforce them.
Mr. Jones?
Education is critical. Sometimes people don't know when their rights are being abused and taken advantage of. And oftentimes attorneys in private practice will send out mail and give you calls and let you know, hey, look, you are at effect of this. We need you to step in and let us know how this has affected you. And I think the OAG, the government, needs to take on some of that responsibility as well. Say, these are how your rights are being affected because we know about certain scams. We know about certain harms that are being done to you. And so that is the proactive step that the OAG's office should take moving forward. When we know that cryptocurrency and scammers and fraudulent acts are being done in the black market, and people are participating or not knowing how it's going to affect them, but we do know, we have that information. Here's how we step in, and here's how we inform. We talk about how unemployment benefits have been fraudulently taken advantage of and putting employers at risk for being overly taxed, and then employees who had their employment taken advantage of, they are now getting taxed at the end of the year. Their unemployment taken advantage of. So we have to then educate. So here are your tax ramifications. Here's how you can preclude your information from being stolen and the like. And that's just a proactive step that needs to happen on a myriad of issues.
And Mr. Spiva.
I think there's no substitute for direct engagement by the AG and by the attorneys in the office. And so I would plan on being out in the community on a very, very regular basis, meeting with community groups, meeting with the ANCs, holding town halls all over our city to talk about these types of issues and concerns that we've discussed today. And this is something that I've needed to do in the various types of people-focused public interest litigation that I've led my whole career. I remember walking the streets of Sherman Avenue before it started to it's become gentrified now, but that case in Columbia Heights that I was talking about where people were pushed out of their housing. And I went to the apartments and saw the deplorable conditions of their units and their buildings that their slumlords were doing in order to push them out. I remember going to public housing and talking to the residents about their concerns in terms of lack of access to basic services like mailboxes even. When I fought for voting rights across this country, I always go to particularly the black and brown and low-income neighborhoods and talk to people about their experiences and difficulties made more difficult by Republican legislatures in trying to vote. So this is something that's in my DNA. It's something that would be a big part of what I would try to do as Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Spiva. This requires only a yes or no answer. And I'll start back with you, Mr. Spiva. Do you support the death penalty, yes or no?
No.
Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Schwab?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that was an easy one. All right.
We don't like yes or no questions.
No, I know you don't.
That was very difficult to do.
I wanted to hear more. That's okay. There's also been, you brought up the issue of statehood, and we know that there's an ongoing, I mean, this fight has lasted forever. And we're trying to figure out now as Attorney General, what would you do to advance this cause for the District of Columbia? And Mr. Schwab, since you mentioned it specifically, I'll start with you.
Sure. Well, you know, I was talking with a gentleman named Roger Marmot. Roger has an op-ed in the paper today. He lost his son to gun violence. And the killers of his son, he was literally in the wrong place at the wrong time, coming home from his first job. And the killers of his son were caught and were immediately charged with second-degree murder. But because of the lack of judges on our court and the clog in the court, the evidence went bad, the witnesses went bad, and as a result, the U.S. attorney had to plead that case to a second-degree manslaughter. And Roger Marmot was quoted saying, "I've lost confidence in my court system." Statehood, because we don't have control over getting our own judges nominated and approved by the city council, is causing people who live in the city to lose faith in their democracy and in their court system. And when you lose faith in the law, everything, our fragility of our democracy is on broad display right there. What do? Look, there's that line from Hamilton, you know, right now we don't have the votes. It's a political question and we don't have the votes. We have to continue to try to persuade senators that we can take care of our own business and that we deserve to be a state by making every argument possible. Exhibit A is keeping an extraordinarily well-run Office of Attorney General. that plays on the national stage on the most important issues that are happening in our democracy: civil rights, reproductive rights, human rights, hate, white supremacy. We are a leader. And when we are leaders on that issue, it makes it the political question easier. We also have to try to expand home rule, because if we don't get to statehood, we should at least be trying to expand those decisions that we as DC residents get to make for ourselves. And Mr. Spiva alluded to it earlier. The decision on who chooses to charge a young person as an adult, that life-altering decision about whether they go to the adult system or the juvenile system, is something that the federally appointed prosecutor makes right now. It should be made by the elected AG. It's not a decision I ever relish having to make, but it should be one that the community that elected me says you either made the right call or you didn't, not giving up that really important right to somebody who wasn't elected by those of us who live in D.C.
Mr. Jones, since Mr. Schwab went over about 20 seconds, I'm going to give you a whole 2 minutes to answer yours, if you need it.
Look, pushing the agenda of statehood is a requirement, and it's incumbent upon its leaders. We're talking about what the Attorney General would do. You're talking about laying out the cost-benefit analysis. How are you going to have the determination of the infrastructure that the government relies on and allocating what the state would look like versus the federal land? You're talking about controlling our courts. We're putting in state laws and how they become more effective. You're trying to build that out. We talk about how, Carl Racine took on certain cases. We know about the antitrust case against Amazon and why that case was important. He mentioned, hey, we need to prepare our courts to handle these matters as a state. We need to set the precedent. And that's what we're doing, and that's what I would hope to do as Attorney General. But you're advising then, council, you're advising the mayor, this is what it needs to look like. Here's how you have to set your budget out, and here's how you start behaving and mimicking like a state would. And preparing Congress, where we said we don't have votes. It may come one day, and when it does, we need to show that we've been acting in that capacity, and this isn't going to be some sort of massive overhaul, because we already are acting like a state.
Mr. Spiva?
Yes, I usually save this quote till my closing, but Frederick Douglass said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand." And so we don't have the votes, we have to get the votes. And that's what I've been trying to do for decades now. As I mentioned, I was arrested in an act of civil disobedience, fighting for statehood. I have testified in front of Congress on this issue. I have filed papers in court to get us more local autonomy, and I've marched through the streets. And where we are now is we are closer than we've ever been. I sense a real commitment by many Democrats that wasn't there before, but we're still a couple votes short. We need to keep working on that. I think that it should be part of the job description of every elected official in the district, both to be an ambassador outside of the district, and I think there's no one who could speak like I will. I will carry this message wherever I go when I'm talking to other states' AGs, because by definition, we need to have allies outside of the district in order ultimately to get the votes, to get statehood. We're very close. We're almost there. And we also have to do work within the district. Some people call that preaching to the choir, but we shouldn't forget to organize the choir, because a lot of people have gotten dejected because this has been pulled out from under them so many times that they think it's hopeless. We've got to encourage them to engage in the fight again, because sometimes we give people the impression that we're satisfied with our colonial status. We should never do that, and we'll never get there without making that concrete demand. Finally, there are things we can do on the way to statehood that will give us better autonomy. Example, budget autonomy. We now have a much greater degree of budget autonomy than we did a few years ago. Unfortunately, we had to fight our own AG, Irv Nathan at the time, to get that. But fortunately, the courts ruled in our favor, and we now don't get held up whenever the federal government has a holdup in its budget. We can get more autonomy over our judge selection process. Eleanor Holmes Norton has a bill that would help with that right now. So these are the types of things we need to do to get to that ultimate goal.
Thank you, Mr. Spiva. The Office of the Attorney General also oversees the enforcement of child support in the District of Columbia, and it has several enforcement actions to ensure payments are made, particularly to make sure payments are made. And after December 1, the mayor, of course, lifted the moratorium on paying child support which was created due to the COVID pandemic. Do you believe the timing was right to lift that moratorium? And what, if anything, would your office do to further ensure or even penalize those who do not make those child support payments? And Mr. Jones, I'll start with you.
I'm not hypercritical of our elected officials. I think that they're in the best position to know what serves their residents best. However, I am hypercritical of our child support system. I know how it can disenfranchise people, and I know how it can disproportionately harm people, and it's been designed that way. You start arresting people for not being able to pay their child support after not having a job. You put people in a sick cycle that doesn't allow advancement. If I'm going to do anything, I would try to stave that harsh penalty off. If you can't make payments, probably because you don't have a job or you don't have the resources necessary to keep up, and going to jail isn't the best answer. You're already in a bad position. How are you going to resolve it? By that way, by over-punishing. And that's the way we talk about rewiring a system to uplift people, this specific issue. And so I would be that voice that lobbies to change how we punish, but we have to then make sure that children are getting the resources that they need. That's the other side, right? Why aren't our young folks being taken care of? Why can't people have the duty and the responsibility instilled in them to take care of their young folks? And we got to do that. So there is a balancing of harms here. We have to do that on a case-by-case basis.
Mr. Schwab.
I think that the question of timing is one that we all need to get past the pandemic and back to living lives where our rules and laws are working again. There have been a lot of imbalances in power during the time that moratoriums have been in place, and certainly to the extent families are not getting child support that they need because of a moratorium in place on collecting it, that's unfair to the families and the kids who need that money. I agree it's case by case, and that's why the election of an attorney general that has spent years doing lots of different kinds of law work, who understands that every issue has multiple sides and components to it, and you need to understand that no one size fits all for every circumstance. For every deadbeat dad who's just intentionally not paying the child support, there are dads that want to be engaged in their kids' lives and are struggling to find a way to make the money to pay. It's not that they want to be vilified or humiliated, they want to find a job so they can pay. So you can't have a one-size-fits-all. I think we don't ask the question enough in the law, why? Why is this happening, this particular circumstance? So under my leadership, the people working in the child support division are going to ask that question, why? Why is there a delinquency in paying the child support? And you talk to the dad, oftentimes the dads. Sometimes it's moms who aren't paying child support, right? But so whichever parent isn't doing what they're required to do, you find out what's going on and you verify. And then you make sure that those who have means to pay and are choosing not to are held accountable. And those who don't, we think more proactively about how do we get them in a place where they do have resources, because I agree with Ryan. Locking somebody up is not going to help them get the job they need to pay the money to the people who need it. And the resources we spend in a system chasing people can be much better spent to just chase and get judgments that'll never be paid.
Thank you. Mr. Spiva.
This would be an area of focus and priority for me. I invite people to look on my website. I have a specific section on the website about reforming and making the child support system in the Office of Attorney General work better. One of my approaches to leadership is to reach out to experts and people who actually are affected by the system, and also those who have worked in the system. And so I'm very proud that my senior advisor for policy is the former head of the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia, Eric Angel, and he's the one who brought this issue to my attention and helped me formulate a policy. I think it's important that on the specific question of the moratorium, I mean, we have to remember that this is about the children. And so where the non-custodial parent has the ability to provide child support, by all means, we shouldn't let the pandemic be an excuse to keep in place a moratorium on payments. I also think that we have to remember that dead broke is not synonymous with deadbeat. And so I agree with some of the statements of my colleagues here that while we need to enforce adequate, reasonable child support orders, we shouldn't be taking punitive measures that are going to make it harder for that parent to pay the child support in the end. But this will be a very important area of focus for me as Attorney General.
You all, well, let me go to this question first. Why can't the parents of, and I think it's 12 to 14-year-olds committing crimes, be prosecuted? Mr. Jones?
I was out getting signatures in Southwest, and while I'm getting these signatures, a constituent basically said, that's what we need to do. We need to be holding the parents accountable, because when Lululemons are getting hit and these kids are returning home, they don't have any money, they don't have any visible means of income. How are you getting these things? You know your child's responsible for this awful conduct. And how do you then hold that child accountable if they're a certain age? And so they say, make the parents pay, make the parents responsible. Put the onus on parents to do a better job parenting, and then we'll see that the behavior changes. So I think it's a unique concept to make a parent responsible for the acts of their children. It could cut both ways. Not everybody has a parent in their lives, foster care, things of that nature. It wouldn't be universal. However, there's some situations where it might be justified, and it's worth evaluating to see if it's a possibility as a way to stem certain bad acts that are routine and we need to get beyond.
Mr. Spiva?
I would not favor that. I think we too often reach for this solution of punishment, a punitive action. We're afraid and we're concerned about the rise of violence and crime, and so we want to strike out at somebody, and it just doesn't work. I mean, first of all, it's not necessarily morally right to hold. They say don't punish the child for the sins of the father. Similarly here, how many of us don't know some family where the child has gone off track despite actually having had adequate and even generous support by parents? The problem we have here is a root causes problem, that too many of these children are coming from families that are either dysfunctional or economically insecure, or they have housing instability. That's what we need to address. It's hard. There's no easy answer. We would have done it already. But that's where our focus needs to be. We incarcerate 6 times the rate of people than any other Western democracy, and yet we're the least safe. It doesn't work.
Mr. Schwab?
So the legal question is, I don't think our city council has passed a criminal statute now that allows parents to be charged for the crimes of their children. But we do have protocol in place where oftentimes when juveniles are in the system, there are orders that the judges issue that put requirements on the parents to be engaged in the discipline process of their kids. And when parents don't comply with the orders of the court, they should be held accountable and responsible because there's a court order requiring them to do it. The larger picture is we are all in this together. Parents and guardians play a role in making sure that kids stay out of trouble. They're oftentimes the first people to see somebody getting into trouble or going down that wrong path. So the AG's office has to be a place, and our government has to be a place, so when parents and guardians are worried, that they can go in a safe way and report and ask for help, not be put off to Child and Family Services and risk having their kids taken away from them with this threat that they're not good parents. There are too many parents who are afraid to come to their government and say, I need help, because they're afraid they're going to be punished. So we have to have a system that encourages and gives support. A lot of parents out there working hard, multiple jobs, their kids don't have a safe place to go while the parents are trying to put food on the table. We need to have a city which has safe places for kids to go, out of school activities, summer activities, where we're investing in our kids. This is what I'm talking about in terms of root causes. Because we don't invest in the kids in the front end, we shouldn't be surprised when they get into trouble on the back end. And as the chief law officer, the chief thought leader about law and justice, the AG needs to be speaking out about, don't just make the problems come to me and deal with them as a prosecutor. Let me be aggressively dealing with the root causes up front. So I think parents do play an important role, but I don't think we get them the support and resources or get them to do what they do with a threat of incarceration or punishment.
Thank you. I need a time check. Ms. Lewis, how are we looking? 246. Okay, so we're going to 3? Because I have more questions, but. Okay, I have 2 more, and then we're good. I promise I won't keep us here all night, but I think I could. So this question is about FOIAs and how you feel, the district government has been doing, or what you would do to make sure that Freedom of Information Act requests come in a timely manner, that they're affordable for those who need them. What would you do to address the current system? And Mr. Spivey, I think I'll start with you this time.
Sure. Well, in addition to being a civil rights lawyer and an antitrust lawyer, I also am a First Amendment lawyer. And so I believe strongly in the transparency of the government and the governmental process. And so I think we need to adhere to our FOIA laws. We need to make sure that people have timely and not overly costly access to records. And so I would advise the agencies that respond to these requests to comply and to do so in a way that doesn't essentially try to make it impossible for folks to get information. And I would set a good example with my own office in trying to be as transparent as possible. I know that these requests can be burdensome. I understand the other side of the coin for government agencies, but it's so important, I think, to a well-functioning democracy and our well-functioning city that people be able to see how their government is working or not working. So I'm very supportive of FOIA enforcement.
Mr. Schwab?
So one of my former colleagues, current Circuit Court Judge Robert Wilkins, was the lead plaintiff in a case that's commonly known as the driving while black case. He and his cousins and uncles were driving back from a funeral in Cleveland, and they were stopped by the Maryland State Police in the middle of the night and stopped on the highway, and as a result searched. They brought the dogs out. It led to a consent decree that showed that the Maryland State Police were targeting black drivers in rental cars thinking they were drug runners. A consent decree was issued, and under that consent decree, the Maryland State Police was required to provide data about stop data and search data and whether they were complying with the consent decree. The Maryland State Police didn't comply with that, so I was part of a team that litigated against the Maryland State Police under the Maryland Public Information Act, which is the equivalent of the FOIA Act. So I know how hard it is to litigate those cases, and I also know how important it is that we have transparency, because if the citizens don't see what's happening with the police, for example, they distrust the police. And we're entitled as citizens to know that the police are complying with the law, complying with the Constitution, but we're also entitled to know whether what they're doing is effective. It's not just to be constitutional, is the work being done? So public information is critical. And as AG, I'm going to make sure that we have a system and a culture of transparency. But there are laws on the books that control what type of information is confidential and private. That's also part of the law and the hard job of the AG. And part of what happens in a political process is people get away from the fact that the AG's got a really hard job, which is to decide how do you make decisions based on the specific facts and the circumstances. Because sometimes, for example, personnel records shouldn't be made public. And AG has to make those tough decisions.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Jones?
Yes, thank you. So as the Chief Legal Officer for the District of Columbia, you're defending the district. You're putting the district in a situation where you're also protecting its reputation. And when people are making these FOIA requests, they're asking for information about what the government has access to. Not only are we supposed to be complying with the residents and getting them the information that they need, we need to be putting ourselves in a position that we're not getting further legal action brought against us for not complying with these requests. So you have to then go to your agency leadership, and you have to go to your general counsels, and you're going to say, here's how you set the standards for responding to these requests. And that way you put the district in a position where it's strong and robust. Mr. Schwab mentioned police department getting sued in Maryland. That DC isn't, isn't gonna be immune from. And there are issues that this police department is dealing with right now. And that FOIA information is gonna play a big role in bringing this department accountable, and it's the AG that's going to be overseeing it. And so I would say not only having to comply is critical, but knowing what's there on the front end so you know what you're going to deal with in a courtroom so that you're best preparing and protecting the district.
Thank you. Before we close out, I just have one of those. I don't know if I've seen any of you all in a campaign, maybe you have, in a campaign before. So this is your first time out, I guess. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us or share with us one experience that you've had while you've been out there, either a question that someone asked that kept you awake at night, or an issue that you just didn't have an answer for, but you've come up with one now, and if you saw that person, you'd say, now I have an answer to your question. Any kind of, just that kind of experience since you've been out there that made you, that you think you could share with us. And everybody's nodding, so it looks like you've come up with something in your head. So I'll start with you, Mr. Schwab.
Thank you. I am a first-time candidate, a non-politician, and I feel so grateful for how generous people across the city have been when I've asked them what's on their mind. They've invited me to their homes, they've shared stories, they tell me how much they love being Washingtonians, and then they tell me what they want to see for their future, for their kids and their grandkids. The story I keep coming back to is a woman named Brenda, when I shared with her that Mickey and I, my wife, bought our home and lived in the same home for 30 years, and she told me she lived in her home for 30 years, but she didn't own it. And then she said, do you want to know what my dream is for my house? And I was convinced she was going to say, I hope one day I can own my house. And what she told me took my breath away. She said, I hope one day I can walk around my block and feel safe. Everyone in Washington, D.C. deserves to feel safe in their neighborhood, and that is fundamental. Government has to deliver that, and she was expressing what so many of us feel. Some of us feeling it more recently than others who have been feeling it for generations about being safe in their neighborhood. And neighbor, to me, is a concept that's got a moral and religious implication as much as a geographic one. Every one of us in D.C. are neighbors to one another. So when Brenda said that to me, and I had that experience of, wow, that's where government, everyone who's elected, who's privileged enough to get elected to serve, has to lean into the fact that we all have to feel safe, no matter where we live.
Mr. Jones.
I alluded to this in the last debate, that I've come into this one way and I'm going to leave differently. After June 21st, I will forever be changed. And as an attorney, you're always asked to provide the answers. You're always asked to provide the counsel. And Brian always mentions, hey, you got 2 years. So I've had to listen more. I've had to take a step back from being the guy that's providing the counsel, giving the information to a client, to saying, hey, let me know what you're dealing with. Let me hear it from you. And that makes me a better person, more so than a better attorney. And so I was going up and down, I won't name the street, but getting signatures, knocking on a door. An elderly lady named Bernice invited me into her home. She moved the thing she had on the chair off the chair so I could sit down, and she was leaned over, hunched over, and she was going down the sheet and saying she didn't recognize the names of her neighbors. And she trusted me enough to let me in her house, and I asked her, are you here by yourself? She said, no, her daughter's upstairs sleeping. And I was just looking at her, deeply into her eyes, and it just made me feel a sense of history, that there are people here before who've gone through this and dealt with this, and and I owe a great responsibility to the people that I'm saying I'm gonna represent. And she's a person that has stuck with me as a senior that needs, one, assistance, but two, support in a community around her that she can recognize that will care for her. And so she's somebody that I will think about as I go throughout the rest of my career.
Thank you. And Mr. Spiva.
Well, the kind of the most unique question was one that I got at a couple recent meet and greets that I did about, I guess they're young men who drive these kind of three-wheelers and things around a certain gas station and neighborhood, and they do it all up until 4 in the morning, and it was a very serious issue for this this neighborhood. I get it. And there were folks who were like, they believe in all the root causes stuff, but they're like, yeah, these folks are keeping me up until 4. I don't want a high-speed chase, and frankly, I didn't have a complete answer for them, because on the one hand, you want to say, look, these are in some sense, it's a petty crime. And so, all the talk about, look, we don't want to be, over incarcerating or certainly creating high-speed chases over something like that. On the other hand, this is like this problem for this neighborhood. And so that was somewhat of a humorous, I think they would say that it was, also had a humorous aspect to it. But it really reminds me of a lot of different questions I've gotten, even on even more serious issues, where, frankly, I think if any of us is being completely honest, that these are difficult challenges we have, and none of us has the complete solution. They're not easy, otherwise they would have been solved before. But what I've found is that people really want to know, and so I'm trying to be careful not to overpromise, but what they really want to know is, are you someone who's A, going to listen to them, and B, that you're going to be in the fight with them, even if you can't solve it? Are you going to be all in for them? And it reminded me of the case I had with the Howard University student that I met.
We're over, Mr. Spicer.
I'm over. Okay, I'll leave off that story then. Sorry, you get a trial while you're going, and he can't help but tell stories.
Well,
so.
Folks will be here. You can finish it.
Okay,
They still want to
okay.
hear it. So I appreciated that, because I know that what you all are going through is not easy, and people catch you off guard, and sometimes you just wish you had that moment to address the question that someone just asked and you never got an answer to. So I'm getting the let's wrap it up. So you have 1 minute to close, and I'm sure you all have done this lots of times. So Mr. Jones, I'll start with you, Mr. Schwab, and then Mr. Spiva. I'm sorry.
This isn't about me, and I want to use this platform to help other folks. There are some real serious issues that are happening. We have missing girls that we can't find in Washington, D.C., and we have to do something about it. I was on social media the other day, and a friend of mine is now has a reward out for his killer. Give me a minute. I just want to grab this picture, and just so you know, Ernest Ray Thompson III, he was murdered on the 700 block of Morton Street on Saturday, April 23rd. He was stabbed and killed and shot. And this is a man that I know, all right? One of the barbers in my barbershop, Lou, the awesome barber, he was murdered. He was shot. Another young man.
You got 15 seconds, Mr.
That's
Jones.
okay. Kenneth Thompson Jr., he was shot and killed, and his murders are on the loose, and we don't have any resolve. And so this is a platform that I've been given, and I want to honor it by recognizing folks whose lives matter. And these black men deserve better, and I want better for them. And I wish that I'm only sharing this so that you guys can go out and know that this is what's happening, and we can do something about it.
Thank you. Mr. Schwab.
Well, thank you, Ms. Barnes, and thanks for everybody here listening and online. I think the decision that we're making as voters as to who our next Attorney General is a very, very important one for our city right now. And I think about an analogy of how would you go about making an important decision in your life if someone you loved was sick, facing a terminal illness. And I know what that feels like. My wife, Mickey, when our girls were 5, 3, and 18 months, was diagnosed with an incurable form of blood cancer. And I know what we did when we were trying to figure out how do we make a decision. And the decision started with finding someone who you trust for a referral. Here, the voters of D.C. have someone they trust for a referral, and that's Carl Racine, who's been an extraordinary independent attorney general for the last 7.5 years. Has he been perfect? No. Are there things that I'm going to build on that he's done? Of course. But we should have confidence in he telling you why you should vote for me. 30 years of experiencing, trying lots of different kinds of cases across the spectrum, different areas of law, different kinds of clients, individuals and families, nonprofits, hospital systems, universities and corporations, seeing the law work in lots of different places. It's a complicated job that requires judgment. Leadership of large teams of lawyers and large budgets. Being independent, and knowing that you're going to have somebody who's not beholden to politics, not beholden to big money, somebody who's going to fight for you, and whether you agree with me or not, you know all I'm doing every day is fighting for the city.
Thank you. Mr. Spiva.
Thank you. When we see an injustice, we should not just look away or walk away. I believe that we have a moral obligation to try to fight for change. And I can assure you that if I'm elected, that I'll wake up every morning thinking about how I can make things better for people who've been left out and left behind. I want to fight for civil rights. I want to fight for consumer protection. I want to fight for criminal justice reform and violence interruption. I want to fight for workers' rights and environmental justice. Now, these are not issues that just came along for me during this election season. These are the types of things that I've been fighting for almost 30 years. And if I'm elected, I will be able to be an effective advocate for the people of the District of Columbia on these issues. I ask for your vote. I ask for your support. Thank you for this wonderful forum today.
Thank you, and I'll take 30 minutes for my close. Just to say thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation with you. Best wishes to all three.
Thank you very much.
It has been our pleasure to host today. We had a spirited conversation this morning with the city council candidates and a very interesting conversation this afternoon with the AG candidates. As I said at the beginning, it was very important for Pastor Relford and I, when we came together with this idea, to make the opportunity available to all the communities in Ward 5. And while there may not be a lot of people in the room, of course, you know, we for COVID reasons, we're restricted to 100, but there are many people that are streaming and listening and viewing. And so we thank you, three gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon. We thank our guests for coming, neighbors and community partners. And Denise, thank you so much for your busy schedule, putting us into that busy schedule, giving us a piece of it. And thank you.
Amen. You're dismissed. Amen. Enjoy the rest of your day. Union Wesley, we thank you for all of your hard work. You've been working tirelessly to prepare for this day. We have our trustees who've been making sure things are okay inside, outside. There's been a lot going on in terms of setup. We have more cameras in this space today than we have on Sundays, so we could make sure that we got different angles, great sound. Again, thanks for all of your work. Let's give God a big hand clap of praise. Again, enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe. Take care, everybody. Bye.